All right, lots to cover today. Unfortunately, well, it's good for the job. It's good work. It pays. It pays the bills. What's up? Gotta shave. Precisely on time. Finally, some respect around here. Ah, man. Hello. Thank you. You know the UK is a new... Huh? Look, there's a heart in my cup. See? What was I saying? Hosting a voting after party for my Texas rave group, Ravers for Talarico. Yes. All right, how are we doing? How are we doing? Rate this fit? Yeah, I saw this one. Generational. Take a look at this. People are like, what's with your autistic special interest in clothing? Who cares? And then you see what happens. This is omnisegment shit, man. A fit like this would not have been possible in a world that that was not in a fallen state. Look at that, man. That's crazy. Actually, it looks like a clown fit. Yeah, for a lot of people, you know, if it wasn't for me doting you guys with the autism prior to this, I bet you'd look at this and go, what's the issue? You'd look at this, you'd be like, I don't need, what's the problem? Right-wingers really are disgusting. They are. They truly, no, genuinely, they are. Yeah, fucking revolting. Man, oh man. All right, well, a lot is happening. Maybe we should cover it. Shifty Schiff was interviewed by Crystal Ball. She did some actual journalism to him. Did she? She inflicted him with some actual journalism? Huh. Heated debate with Tatem and Israel DSA. Do we want to open with this? You know what? I'm a little curious. Unfortunately, the video's only been out for 32 minutes, which means, like, first of all, how do you know the content of the video? The video is 44 minutes. It came out 32 minutes ago. Is this like a Patreon thing? That's number one. Number two, the video hasn't been out long enough for us to be able to buffer to the parts that are most popular. 3 times watch speed. You people are insufferable.
All right, guys, we are now joined in studio by Representative Adam Smith. He is a Democrat. He is from Washington. He is the top Democrat, in fact, on the House Armed Services Committee. And your team...
Wait, Smith? I thought I heard Schiff. You did type Schiff. A thirsty boy. You said Schiff. This is Smith. The Adam Smith? Yeah, he's the guy who invented capitalism or whatever.
Reached out saying you wanted to have a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that convo. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be on. Thanks for the chance.
Of course. So before we get into all of that, you are at the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our...
We can get some like pointers down here in the comments. What's the any timestamps for the heated conversation?
Audience
system. I think it's an incredible. I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world, and I've heard.
Perish the thought.
These arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad things without any question.
Okay, so the problem here, okay, so here's the problem. North Korea is not doing anything to us. Iran, we literally started this war. Russia is complicated. China's not doing anything to us. Like, the war we're in right now is one that we've unambiguously... We've practically declared war on Cuba as well.
But I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going to say that we shouldn't ever have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this that I'm curious,
well, I'm not saying,
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause on that point for 1 second. The argument I'm making, and I think other people, is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Trump is prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate that he is in violation of.
Just to be clear, it's a bigger part of the problem. Even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal. Yeah. So why not use this moment when they would dearly like Democratic votes?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all.
Yeah. So you think so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use that leverage in an effective way? And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety of different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets.
To send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd love for you, there's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera. I'd love for you to explain in your own words how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary, given where consensus within Washington has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment.
She's being very cordial with him.
Yourself, given your position and your track record, you're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through
This is going to take
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been. Okay, Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states.
Please, God, don't do the fucking Netanyahu's government thing.
They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of different things, counter-terrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that history.
Israel really did not help out a lot with ISIS. Like at all. I mean, ISIS was literally created in large part due to US/Israeli destabilization of the Middle East. The idea that a hyper far right Islamist renewed like caliphate needs to take over the Middle East, it's in large part a response to US and Israeli meddling. Like the idea that kind of reactionary, like the white blood cells defending the Middle East against foreign incursion, that's the idea.
Historical relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world, that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that
just completely untrue on every level, meaningless non-statement. Wrong on every, for one, not everyone's tried to eliminate Israel. Israel enjoys the protection of the world's superpower and Europe, and also has peaceful relations with the majority of its neighbors, at least now. And also there are countries out there that have had much more antagonistic relationships with the neighbors. Okay.
Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a...
Same argument Rhodesia used. Exact same argument Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa used. Where, oh, guys, help us. We're the lone bastion of democracy in this in darkest Africa. Same shit.
Right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. And yeah, it comes down to a fundamental question: does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is
no. We don't ask this question about any other country. Totally fucking meaningless country. Absolutely. Or sorry, well, yes, also, but also meaningless question.
Absolutely, the DSA position is that they don't. okay,
Well, let's pause on that.
Sorry.
I want to get to the DSA, and I don't want to fight you on all of this, but I want you to get to your point.
I got to get through this.
Yeah.
I got to get through this.
Okay.
So, if you have a situation where Israel is threatened on all sides, and I know it's like, well, no, I'm not saying they don't have a right to exist, just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control Israel.
Well, that kind of gives the game away a little bit, huh? Oh, like him feigning the DSA position. I'm not saying Israel doesn't exist. They just have to like let Palestinians in and no longer have it be a Jewish ethno-state. Okay, so you're like you're like pro-ethno-state. You're pro-apartheid. What do you? It's like how the effort at comms always fails because these guys are never willing to like lie hard enough. They lie really, really, really hard, but they can never utter that big final lie, the one that might actually allow them to defend their position, that they don't want Israel to be an ethno-state. You know what I mean? Like it's totally, it's like the way Nazis have been successful in infiltrating the Republican Party is because they have been successful in cloaking racial nationalism with civic nationalism. The reason Nazis were able to gain a foothold in the Republican Party, it wasn't just because Republicans are racist, they are, but also because Nazis were able to bite their tongue and pretend that they were really just fighting for, like the idea that their problem is with illegal immigrants, for example, you know? But the Zionists can't do this, because they're fucking deranged. So even these like liberal, oh hey, I'm here to reach the middle, I have a problem with Netanyahu's government, whatever, these liberal critics of Netanyahu's regime still come back around to like, well, of course it has to be an ethno-state. It can't be a fair, equal liberal democracy.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, but don't you, like, isn't the idea of equal rights for all ethnicities something that you, in theory, support as a Democrat?
Well, sure, but
well, sure, but like not here, obviously. I'm not paid to say here.
Actual result of this is, if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if
notice how instantly he starts stabbing, unambiguously advocates for an ethno-state. He's like, well, the DSA wants the Palestinians back in, so it's no longer a Jewish state. And then as soon as he's questioning this, he starts flustering because they're paid to repeat the lines. That's why he said, hold on, let me finish. He knows the little AIPAC briefer he's been given. He's not paid to like defend it or iterate on his positions. They're just given a flat text, you know?
Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist.
This is literally what white nationalists say about America when we let non-white immigrants in. It is 1 for 1. It is exactly 1 for 1. That America ceases to be America if you let non-white immigrants in. That birthright citizenship has to be overturned because the founding fathers couldn't envision that the fundamental American character has to be preserved. And by that, they mean like white Europeans, you know? 1 to 1. But here's your liberal. Here's liberalism, folks. Here's your liberal.
As a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Yeah, but like, come on. Come on. What? Come on.
Hold on. Stop.
My other question was, why is
no, we got to drill down.
An issue for U.S. taxpayers?
We got to drill down on that.
Okay.
All right.
First of all, come on.
To exist as an ethno-state. So basically, Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay, and
this is it's literally just white nationalist logic. Here's your liberals. Hey, liberals. Hey, come get your guy. Hey, liberals.
And maybe that's just what has to happen in the minds of some people. But understand the consequences of it. Understand why Israel was created in the first place, so that the Jews would have some place to go. Okay,
right?
And
but
to just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's the point.
He can't even, not even rhetorically, he can't imagine Israel not being an ethno-state. Like, to him, Israel no longer being governed and controlled entirely by Jews just means the end of Israel. Which is, by the way, like, that's the reason why I say that liberal Zionism, like, a la, Blander, is meaningless. Because for all Zionists, or at least all politically relevant ones, Israel can only be an ethno-state. If you say you want Israel to exist, but an Israel of equal rights, an equal Israel, you might as well say Israel doesn't exist. You know? And that's, I mean, he's conflating Israel not being a Jewish ethno-state with it not existing, which, like, hey, if that's your position, then yeah, I guess it doesn't have a right to exist. Thanks for making my point, I guess.
Okay,
One.
well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position. But
Well, what is your
second
position?
of all,
No,
I
what
think
is your position
second of
then?
all, you're ignoring that Israel was not created in a land with no people. Land.
No,
you know,
no, no,
for
no.
people-
I know it
people
wasn't.
without a
I know
land.
it wasn't. No,
there were people there.
very
They were
few-
displaced.
I think that like really what you have to do here is really hone in on the fact that he gets uncomfortable when you point out he's advocating for an ethno-state. You should say like, is this not what neo-Nazis say about America? That America has a fundamentally white character and that you erase it by bringing it like, is this is one for one what they say. It's the rhetoric of every ethno-nationalist group that has ever existed. We have to use the apparatus of the state to protect our ethnic group, our culture, because otherwise it will be erased by the evil foreign hordes that will come in and abuse our kindness and charity and demographically outpace us and then like destroy us. It's 1-to-1. Yeah, he can't defend his positions.
Very few countries ever
The
were.
Nakba.
Yeah.
There is a dispute over land.
Yes.
And Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can, we can debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the
But if you said that to him, he'd object to that characterization, you see? So again, the problem is because AIPAC just hands these guys like approved talking points, he can't actually argue that Israel shouldn't be an ethno-state. The normal thing for a Nazi to do here, and I consider him ideologically a Nazi, he's defending Nazism as far as I'm concerned. The smart thing for a Nazi to do here would be to lie and do the civic nationalist bit. You know what I mean? Like say, oh, well, obviously Israel can't let literally everyone in. There have to be like laws to govern the process of allowing for citizenship. But of course, I think Israel should be an equal state, da-da-da. But he can't do that because he's a Nazi and he's being given talking points by Nazis. They're too shameless to actually give up the goat on this. They have to just keep reaffirming it. He will not allow the advocacy for Israel as like a liberal democracy. It has to be an ethno-state. You know what I mean?
reality of today. And, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly
Sure,
argue that
that's
point.
fair. Yeah.
But, we have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way, both with the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey Amendment saying, hey, we should blockade. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. At the peak of the Gaza.
Yeah, but Israel's explicitly ethnically nationalist. One can't even make that argument for them the way American nationalists sometimes try. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, if he was smart, he would lie here. But Zionists don't lie about that because they're so proud of their ethno-state. You know what I mean? Like, Zionists will lie on everything. They lie nonstop. But they won't lie. They won't go that final distance and make the effective lie, the one where they say they would be okay with Palestinian citizenship being equalized, like no longer having an apartheid state. They're too shameless.
Onslaught. You had a complete siege. You had entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran have done, and their desire is to wipe out the state of Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not? I mean, that's in Hamas.
It's just 1-to-1, man. It's 1-to-1. And in addition to like the disgusting subservience here, it's literally just the same shit Republicans say.
Charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still doing that. I don't like the way Israel decided to defend themselves.
Mm-hmm. Cool, clearly you do. Like you clearly have no ethical qualms here, like whatsoever.
But the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying, is, sorry, we had this idea back in 1948. We were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all.
Like historians, or I shouldn't say historians, I should say history, because historians really shouldn't be making ethical judgments like this. But history is going to consider talking points like this to be the same as Nazis who pearl clutch over the Dresden bombings. Did innocent civilians die during the Dresden bombings? Yeah. Shame that Nazi Germany did all the shit that led to it. Did October 7th lead to civilians getting killed? Yeah, and that does suck. It's bad. It's bad when civilians die. Did Israel do that shit? I mean, yeah. Like, Germany didn't bomb Dresden directly. but they sure as shit brought about the conditions that led to Dresden being bombed. No one's falling for this anymore. This rhetoric falls completely flat in its face. This only lines up with like the interests of the Zionist consultant class. The idea that like the average Democrat is falling for rhetoric like this now in the year of our Lord 2026, when everyone has been completely burnt out in it. No one cares. No one believes in this, you know. It's totally unconvincing and such a phenomenal representation of why Democrats are faltering and have such low approval nationally, you know. They only do well in specific elections despite the reputation of the Democratic Party broadly, not because of it. It's because of shit like this. Republicans are willing to tailor their language to the interests they create in people. Democrats have failed to make the average Democrat as, you know, pro-ethno-state as them. So this rhetoric falls flat.
This tax didn't work out, so go back to Europe, go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore.
I think the question,
and I don't think you understand how.
Why not just be like, I don't know, a liberal democracy in the Middle East, and then like if people attack you, you can defend yourself normally? Why the whole ethno-state, apartheid, open-air concentration camp, Gaza, West Bank, illegal settlement thing?
Difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
no, I think the question, let me, and this is not, you know, this is my perspective, but I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular and most of the country view.
Do you think Israelis would also be anti-white / Christian immigrants / expats? I'm not sure what you mean. Israel is a white supremacist country. They are also broadly anti-Christian, yes. Why wouldn't they be? It's a it's a far-right Jewish ethno-state. They think they're the chosen people. Like, I would expect Islamic extremists to be anti-Christian as well, and Christian extremists typically are pretty anti-Semitic. It just seems to be part and parcel of religious extremism.
At this point is, why should our tax dollars, given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
You know, spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why
Charlie's getting flustered because he keeps interrupting her.
Should that be going to prop up an ethno-state that is an apartheid state? And I wonder if you agree with that characterization, that has been committing, if you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
That's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think we should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns about Hamas, about Hezbollah, that people don't seem to share. You know, let's say that this plays out the way you describe, and okay, there is no Jewish ethno-state, and then the consequence of that is there is no Jewish.
See, again, he is saying the word ethno-state positively. Oh, let's see if you let's see what happens if you DSA types, you crazy lefties, get what you want, and now there's no ethno-state. Get your liberal. Hey, everyone. Hey, we got a liberal over here. Hey, everyone, come get your mans. We got a liberal over here with liberal beliefs.
State. Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you?
Wrong on every level. No. If it was an equal state, it would be Israel. And it would be governed jointly by Palestinians and Israelis who would both have the ability to vote. Like a democracy, which you are supposed to believe in. 2, Hamas has for years de facto controlled Gaza because of Israel's meddling, where they undermined the Palestinian Authority and propped up Hamas as the de facto government in that region. For 3, why would Hamas want to operate as like a parallel militant government when they could just run for office legitimately under a parallel democracy? Like, why would Hamas need to be the ruling party for the Palestinians if they were incorporated? This would be like saying enfranchising freed slaves in the South would mean that like John Brown would be killing people with impunity. Like that's like if we gave the slaves the right to vote, if we freed them, then the former slaves would just run around killing people. Like, they would just vote, actually, because that's what they want. I mean, they probably also want, like, freedom and land and stuff. Be a lot cooler if it was. It would be a lot cooler if after the Civil War, you just had John Brown types getting to do whatever they wanted. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But we didn't.
Do you have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, you know, from the river to the sea?
Like, what does this mean? What is it? Hamas? How is enfranchising Palestinians in Israel make Hamas a more... I could explain this. And by the way, I hope you all understand how fucking insane this would sound if it was applied to the logic of literally any other country. Like, if we had legally apartheid in America right now, this would be the equivalent of arguing that like black nationalist lynch gangs would take over the country if black people were given the right to vote. It's absolutely insane, but it's not unfamiliar to me. I've heard this rhetoric before from neo-Nazis. Neo-Nazis, the alt-right online, were obsessed, and still are, with the narrative of racial revenge. The idea that if black people are ever given political prominence or power in the United States, they would use it as an opportunity to seek revenge against white people. That the displacement and disempowerment of non-whites is necessary because if they're ever given the ability to do to us what we've done to them, they will do it. Hey, we got a liberal over here. Come get your liberal, everyone. Hey, folks, I got a are there any, like, I don't know, neo-lib globalist shill types that can explain this to me? Can somebody explain this to me? I don't understand. Do you think there might be a bit of an identity crisis in the Democratic Party where the average Democratic voter is a liberal and the average, like, this guy is a fucking neo-Nazi? Can somebody explain this to me? Like, we do, like, unironically, we do understand the average DSA type is closer to the Democratic electorate than this guy, right? Like, if you sat this guy down in a room and you sat the DSA guy down and you said, hey, are you pro-ethno-state? Do you think apartheid is justified to prevent racial revenge from the underclass? I think the DSA guy would probably express positions closer to the majority of the Democratic electorate. This guy, on the other hand,
will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean. Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that that would be the reality.
Just an insane, like that the insanely wealthy, powerful Israeli government would fall to Hamas? What is, I don't even understand what argument he's making here, that if you enfranchise Palestinians, Hamas will take over Israeli nuclear facility. I don't understand what he's even suggesting here. It is as delusional as any racial revenge fantasy. It's Turner Diaries shit. Really, it is. It's psychotic.
Second of all,
how would it not be
I don't know
reality?
how you can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people, regardless of if they're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally
etc.
with you. Look,
and then the other
totally with you, unless it's for Israel.
Pieces.
But
I mean,
Hamas
listen,
doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support?
No, that's great. That's okay. So what? You're worse than them? I don't understand. Well, it's worth noting that Hamas is more democratic than this guy is. I mean, in a purely like numbers game sense, in terms of like empirical effect in the world, Hamas could never be as undemocratic as this guy is. Not even close. We're comparing like neo-Nazis to a militarized resistance movement.
Two-state solution, is that your idea?
Look, yes.
So how do we get there? How do we get there? No, but listen.
No, stop.
Hold on.
You get that he's fucking mad. They're off the AIPAC bullet point sheet.
How do we get there at a time when you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible?
There's something I have to explain before all this makes sense.
In order to create a Palestinian state.
Look.
His last 40 attempts have failed, but this time, the 41st, he's going to hit with a ringer of a pro-ethno-state argument.
Back to what you said. I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact
delusional, fantastical, not real. No one actually believes in this. Completely fake. The world's most ludicrous free healthcare scheme proposed by the least sane socialist is more doable than a two-state solution.
It's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole...
We are closer to free PhDs for every American and the complete abolition of debt than we are a two-state solution. Like, this is utterly fantastical
conversation.
I would agree. Yeah.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table.
Paternalistic, uninterested in argument, uninterested in rhetoric, uninterested in politics. Just like, here is why the Jews should get a new Nazi state. This is why they get to build a Fourth Reich. And if you disagree with me, you're the one who's being unreasonable.
Point, and that
yeah,
creates
listen
a
here,
massive,
little lady.
massive problem. But the idea, again, that the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state, and the details.
Again, explicit defense for an ethno-state. I really feel like the average Democratic voter would like be shocked hearing this, because so many people have spent so much time arguing against the idea that Israel's an ethno-state, and he just openly admits it. Like, how many times have you heard, you know, Biden types, right, centrist Democrat liberals act as though Israel's a democracy? He just out and says it. He's just like, no, it's an ethno-state. You can't get rid of the ethno-state. He just keeps saying it. He's open about it, you know, almost like the rest of them know they're lying.
Of how Israel is currently running, you know, their country. There are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that?
A liberal democracy with equal rights. Just pitching that one out there. You know, kind of like a Western democracy, founding fathers sort of thing.
Say you're not convinced that it would be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is American taxpayers' business to fund this.
And again, that's why I voted for.
Sorry, Crystal. It's actually up to the Jews there to decide and for the millions of Arabs to endure. Sorry.
The mass amendment.
But what is actually your idea? Because if you're saying, you know, you don't support a one-state solution. You don't support a two-state solution. There is no good solution.
He keeps saying wait and stop just to say that, by the way. Again, like, they don't believe in politics. They are technocrats put here by capital masters. They don't really believe in politics, which is why they get bored so quickly by the process of trying to convince voters what they believe in. The FLN was at one point a terrorist armed resistance group. Listen, I know this isn't exactly a novel observation, but I hope everyone understands, as has been made abundantly clear, that in the long arm of history, Hamas will be seen as the heroes in this conflict. Not because they didn't do anything wrong. They did, and they still do, but because Israel and everyone defending it represents such an overwhelming evil that getting caught in the hair-picking, you know, over Hamas is going to be sounding like, well, did you know there actually were anti-Germanic racist, like, Polish gangs in the West? In the west of Poland that were like bullying ethnic Germans before Germany invaded. Like, is it true? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, probably, I guess, on some level. You're not convincing a lot of people with these arguments. No one's going to care. In the long arm of history, Hamas will be seen the same way as essentially every other liberatory movement that killed civilians, which is to say basically every liberatory movement, including the American War for Independence. Like, all of them. Seriously, find me armed resistance movements that never had a civilian body count. It sucks, but it's also how all of these things get treated and looked at in the long arc of history, you know? Like, this is not going to be like an interesting discussion in the long run. Yeah, Native American tribes absolutely killed American civilians. American westward expansionist settlers, so on, would go west, and then the American cavalry would go west, and they would find that, like, homesteading villages were riddled with, you know, arrows. They'd been attacked by, and it's like, yo, does that suck? Yeah, it is. But who caused the problem? Who started it? You know, it's not going to be. It's just not going to be hotly debated. Israel treats the Palestinians exactly the same as we treated the natives. Yes, current settler colonial project. It would have been unexceptional 200 years ago, but today it's not. Stop saying that Hamas brutally repressed the civilians of Gaza. Hamas was put in place by Israel. Israel both created the conditions for Hamas and then, unsatisfied with the fact that the Palestinian Authority was a somewhat sympathetic entity that could be reasoned with, they undermined the Palestinian Authority to put Hamas there. The Hamas was like, complaining about Hamas from the pro-Zionist perspective is like complaining about what happens to a pressure cooker after you've turned it on and then, like, bolted the lid shut, you know, and covered up all the air holes. You've created the conditions that allow for their existence. Haitian revolutionaries killed civilians. It's just not. It's not a defensible position.
that's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right. And I'm
no good solution.
and I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this. There's a great book called Palestine 1936 that described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British mandate. And you had, the Jews had been coming in since the 19th century. They'd been there a long, long time ago. And they were looking for, a place to be. The Palestinians were looking to drive out the British. And the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, okay, Jews, you can stay, but you're not going to run anything. Okay, Jews said, no, we can't stay. So they started a civil war, okay, and they fought. And then, of course, 1948, they got the country created, another war was started. A war, and I know people say, well, this is a war to drive the Palestinians out. It was also a war to eliminate Israel, to basically kill Israel in the crib in 1940.
No. So the problem is that the formation of Israel as a plan involved the displacement and disenfranchisement of hundreds of thousands of Arabs. So it was more like the Arabs were living there, and then Britain came along, and they were like, yeah, we feel pretty bad about how all that went down in Europe, we're actually giving this land over to Israel. So how would you feel if that was your land? Like, you lived there, How would you feel if, and we're talking about Palestine here, like, this shit goes back a long time. Your family could have been there for literally, like, thousands of years going back. Like, it is the most your land that any group has ever had. Like, you've been there for a fucking while. And then Britain is like, actually, we're going to hand this over to, like, the most militant, most morally despicable Jewish militias imaginable, and they're going to be the ones to form their own ethno-state here, and it'll be owned by them. Because keep in mind, a lot of the Zionist militias that were operating in the area at that time were like fucking psychopaths. They weren't just the regular Palestinian Jews living there, and there were Palestinian Jews. They were like hardline far-right Zionist militias. Some of them, they launched terrorist attacks against the British too. Like, they were rabid Jewish supremacists. They wanted to kill the Brits as well. Some of them wanted to side with the Nazis or had Nazi sympathies. Yes, Leahy tried to ally with Hitler. Yes. You got the order wrong. Britain tried to mediate for a few years, but both sides kept attacking them. So they got tried and just ghosted them. Yeah, but like the British mandate was still to hand it over. Like in the Arabs in the region saw the writing on the wall and saw that the European powers were conspiring to hand over the territory to somebody else, and they acted in legitimate self-defense. Like, can you really blame them given those circumstances? He frames it as Jews staying when indigenous Jews exist in Palestine already. Yeah, no. The framing here is completely fucked. And also this like deference to history is immaterial when you look at the circumstances today. I've always said the history of Israel is a bloody and despicable one, but it's also irrelevant because they're the Fourth Reich today. Like, you go back and it's like, was there more moral nuance back then? Not really. Like, the Nakba was really bad too, but why run from now? It's like distracting from World War II by talking about the Night of Broken Glass, I guess. It's like, why would you, like, the talking about the lead up, we're just wasting time here. And I think that's what Adam Smith wants to do here as well. It's just waste time, really, There was like an opening salvo of civility fired in both directions. Both of them were trying to meet in the middle a little bit. Crystal understandably has like a big interview on her plate here. She wants to, keep him on the hook. But then the moment she even dares suggest Israel might not be an ethno-state, he loses his shit. He gets uncivil. He gets condescending. Listen here, little lady, etc., etc. The British tried to stop and slow Jewish immigration, and the Leahy launched an insurgency. Some of them... crazy shit, man.
48, and they fought and they fought and they fought and they fought. And at no point was there ever anything carved out for the Jews. And so the Jews have been fighting an existential fight. And it's
so hard for me to, because I know you consider yourself, I think, liberal. You would describe yourself that way, like in the classical liberal sense.
But there's no liberal option on the table here. That's what I'm telling you.
Why?
You keep saying
illiberal
Jews, we cannot have. Illiberal Palestinians are fine.
No, but
again, I'm telling you guys, like, this kind of equivocacy is something that I only hear from American neo-Nazis. I mean it. This, like, how can we give black people rights when these black people are reactionary? Like, this type of, like, racial grievance-based political rhetoric is something it's completely illiberal. It's ideologically, like, the opposite of liberalism.
Why should,
and I voted for it. It shouldn't.
Why should
I already answered
US
that question.
taxpayers?
It shouldn't.
Okay, so and is that your answer for this particular amendment, or will that continue to be your position moving forward?
That's where we're at.
So you're done with the U.S. funding Israel?
I think
work it out themselves.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I got to say. I mean, look.
He's lying right now. That's why he's answering this way.
If tomorrow there's a peace agreement, okay, and they actually go forward with something where they create a reasonable alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza, if they actually stop what they're doing in the West Bank and get to peace in Lebanon, that may
get to peace in Lebanon. They're currently illegally occupying Lebanon.
Changed it. I don't see that happening, which is why I gave you the answer I gave. But again,
was he ever not lying during this interview? Yes, he refused to lie and say Israel wasn't an ethno-state.
And this notion that somehow there's a liberal option on the table, and how could we possibly support the illiberal state of Israel? What's going to come in there?
Appreciate his honest. Actually, he's really, like, quite honest as Zionists go. He's just, like, openly besmirching the idea of liberally. He's mocking her. He's like, what? You expect them to not be an ethno-state? You expect them to be liberal? Oh yeah, let's get a liberal solution over here. Let's get some free rights or whatever you hippies want. Like, it's welcome, my man, we got a liberal over here.
Okay, it's going to be liberal.
Well,
now, I'm with you on the taxpayer dollar piece.
You mentioned Rahm Emanuel's speech. You said you associate yourself. Yeah. If memory serves, he supports banking sanctions on Israel. You know, we sanctioned our at the time, South Africa. You support that? I
am one of the original co-sponsors of it's the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, which sanctions Israel for what they're doing in the West Bank. Yes, absolutely. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done. Yes, we should sanction them, and we should specifically sanction Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
So he, again, like, the problem is, what is wrong with what's happening in the West Bank if you denounce liberalism and openly support apartheid and an ethno-state? Genuinely, like, this, again, like, you are okay with the genocide. You are opposed to a liberal democracy and equal rights, and you are in favor of apartheid. What is your problem with the West Bank? What, the fact that it's illegal? That's your line? You've literally, like, the Holocaust is fine as long as it's legal. This is what you have to offer? What's your issue with it? Like, I don't understand. It's totally incongruent with his other beliefs. Like, he's mocking her, like, oh yeah, liberal Israel. Huh? Yeah, okay, how are we going to keep an ethno-state going if it's liberal, you fucking idiot?
Who are advocating so much of this, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to some of these broader disagreements. And I guess a good transition into that is, how much do you think the question of the relation?
Yeah, remember, he thinks this way about us too. I have stopped believing in this, like, specific carve out where people can be liberal broadly but Nazis on Israel. He's just a Nazi broadly. He is illiberal. I guess it would be more accurate to say that he doesn't really have any political beliefs and he just regurgitates what he's told to say and believe. But a person who feels this way about Israel could never defend democracy in America. Like, these people, all of them, all of the so-called liberal Zionists are only in favor of liberalism in America insofar as it's an existing institution that they know how to work around. Like, it to them is just the rules for the obstacle course here in America. They have no ideological love for it. They would never defend it. The only reason they have a problem with what Trump has done is because he's mixed up the rules. He's changed the way the game is played. But they're not, like, morally opposed to a different way of playing the game. They're totally fine with that. They just don't like the idea that the rules are being changed arbitrarily.
Relationship with Israel-Palestine is serving as a litmus test in Democratic primaries. You know, from my perspective, it's been very important because it served as a proxy for kind of a host of other issues and concerns that the Democratic base has with the Democratic Party at this point. But I'm curious your perspective on how important that has become and the reason why you think it has become.
So if it was always like this, they wouldn't mind? No. No, not even slightly. They are not, they are absolutely 100% not ideological defenders of liberalism. The problem is that liberals used to be ideological defenders of liberalism. As recently as like the 1960s, liberals, so-called liberals in government, people like, I don't know, LBJ, right? LBJ, not a perfect guy, but he did believe in liberalism. He was ideologically inclined to liberalism. He defended it, not just because it was the existing system, but it was because he had a moral stake in that system. He believed in it. But we're well past that point. The Democrats aren't like that anymore. In fairness, it's not just the Democrats, right? Like, a lot of Republicans are only really fascists because it helps them close the bottom line with their corporate interests a little bit faster. You know, I'm sure a lot of Republicans would be a-okay with liberal democracy if it was the fastest way to accrue wealth and power for the capital class. The only reason they aren't is because it's not. But yeah, no. I mean, I guess in my opinion, like my naive opinion, people who represent liberal voters should themselves be liberal and not just regurgitate every talking point they're given by their masters. But it's naive of me, you know.
An important issue.
It's becoming more important. It's not the most important issue. The most important issue, it's not even close to the most important issue in these primaries. The most important issue that is driving the anti-establishment feelings in the primaries is two things. Number one, the belief that we have not effectively fought Trump. Okay, when you look at what really drives these people, yes, Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment, how come you didn't beat Trump? Now, I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the DSA and the left, open borders, defund the police.
Hey, wow, a Republican. How fascinating. Just straight up Republican talking points, just 1-to-1. Open borders? Oh, yeah, man, the DSA, yeah, open borders. Just... We're right back to 2016. Hey, how dare you suggest that I not do enough to fight Trump? Now, don't mind me as I word for word regurgitate his talking points.
The idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money.
Just one for one. Oh yeah, man. That's a DSA talking point right there. You can't possibly spend enough government money. Just it's on the policy position of every DSA candidate. Thank you. Hey, get your liberal over here.
Identity politics. A lot of.
Come on. Are you fucking kidding me?
Those things are what gave Trump his power. And part of the reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders. Okay.
Yeah, yep. That's a real thing that happened back in 2016. Hillary Clinton had to defend open borders and defunding the police in 2016, and that's why she lost to Trump. Yep. And famous far-left candidate Joe Biden, after beating out all of the right-leaning primary contenders, of course, had to defend all those positions in 2020, which is why he lost to Trump back then. And now Kamala Harris, who famously ran super far to the left on open borders, you know, what are we talking about here? He's blaming left-wingers for this? Dog, he would fucking pull the lever on the gas chambers and send all of us to our graves early if he was told to by a person with enough of a, like a large enough bank account. Okay? These people are fucking evil. He knows he's lying here. These are just one-for-one Republican talking points. He will do or say anything to pin the blame on us. Democrats are perfectly comfortable losing because they don't care. It's like Haley Stevens in Michigan. Haley Stevens is not running a campaign against Rogers. If she wins the primary and beats out Abdul al-Sayed, it will not matter from the perspective of the people who bankroll her campaign whether she or Rogers wins. Her only job is to be a wall for the left. If Abdul al-Sayed wins the primary, he will likely go on to win the general. This would be the worst-case scenario for people who represent both Stevens and Rogers. If Stevens wins, it doesn't matter whether she or Rogers wins because they're effectively the same person. AIPAC will just support whoever is most convenient.
And Trump walked right into that, all right? So the notion that it's just the establishment that led to Trump losing, I think, is a misplaced fact.
Can we pause there for 1 second? Go ahead, get to your critique.
And I certainly, but I also think that the establishment Democratic Party, I mean, the whole Joe Biden thing, nominating, even thinking about nominating Joe Biden in
Because of his age.
Well, because he couldn't, I don't care how old he is, he just couldn't speak. Okay,
Yeah.
he couldn't communicate clearly.
Yeah.
Whether that was because he was old or because he couldn't communicate clearly, it had the same effect. And then the second big issue is income inequality. It is absolutely true that whoever has been governing for the last 20 or 30 years hasn't done enough to create opportunity for enough people.
Yeah.
Those two issues, I think, really drove the feeling of let's try something different. Now, the question is whether or not the DSA...
This really is the reason why Palestine is such an effective litmus test, because everyone who answers wrong on it is also perfectly in favor of the deep state raping everyone in this country to death. It's 1-to-1. Like, you open the argument with, actually, I'm pro-ethno-state, I'm pro-genocide, and then it turns out, wow, your positions are identical to those of a Republican. The idea that, like, the funny thing is, like, and it's so obvious on so many levels, the one time Democrats managed to beat Trump was with Joe Biden, the guy who, from his end of things, according to this guy, was uniquely bad at talking. I mean, Hillary Clinton was better at talking and she lost. Why Joe Biden won? And Joe Biden won during peak woke. 2020, Joe Biden's election was literally peak woke when Democrats had to do the most to defend indefensible leftist talking points. 2020 was the defund the police election. 2020 was the open borders election. 2020 was the election where Democrats were sometimes put in an awkward position, having to defend stuff to their left because they were trying to insincerely capitulate to, like, left protester, George Floyd, BLM protest types. That was the one time that they won. So it's not only that he's lying, it's that the narrative he's proposing that blames the left for everything is the opposite of correct. It's like he could not have chosen a less explanatory narrative. Like, Biden won in spite of, like, for instance, the defund the police stuff really did not work out in the Dems' favor because it was always a kind of, like, badly formulated argument in bumper slogan form. But Biden won in spite of it. Again, the explanatory variable here is not explaining. It's the opposite of correct.
Agenda is actually going to...
Centrism can't fail. It can only be failed. Exactly. Yeah, these people will never go up and, like, say just flatly, the problem is the Democratic Party is insincere and evil. The reason fundamentally is that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are both different shades of corporate capitulation. They are both evil. The difference is that Republicans are better at appealing to and creating their own base because the average Republican voter is also evil. The average Democratic voter is not evil. So there's an inconsistency in our advocacy. Republicans can campaign on pedophilia, rape, and war, and their base will eat it up because their base is evil. Democrats are not like that. That's the problem. But they'll never admit this because, again, like, you can only fail centrism. Centrism can't fail you.
Achieve either of those objectives. Is that what's going to help us defeat Trump and MAGA? Is that what is going to build a more broad-based economic thing? But this is where I am very sympathetic with the DSA. I'm an economic populist. All right. I think we should rewrite the tax code to actually tax rich people.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
I've been working with a woman, Ray Madoff. She's a professor up at Boston College who wrote a book about how we built our tax code so that investors don't ever pay taxes. Let's change that. Okay, I'm very pro-union. Stock buybacks. Why do we have stock buybacks? They didn't exist prior to 1982.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, man. You're, like, in favor of a Fourth Reich. I guess I just don't really trust your moral impulse on anything else. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, what do you kind of... Yeah, man, Bernie at home. This guy's a real Bernie Sanders when no one's, when it doesn't fucking matter, huh? This guy's a real economic progressive when it doesn't matter and there are no stakes.
So obviously corporations can exist without them. On that agenda, I'm there. Part of the problem I have with the broader agenda is you can't have free stuff for everybody all the time, A. And another message that the left gave us in the last 10 years was...
15-term incumbent, by the way.
The deficits and debts don't matter. Are you familiar with modern monetary theory?
Of course.
Yeah. It's absurd. The idea that we just spend as much money as possible is not a problem. Now...
The average democratic socialist isn't a believer in fucking MMT. That's a different thing. Those are two different theories. MMT is more of a... That's not even remotely how this works on any level. You can't mix up MMT and democratic socialists being blasé about, like, Keynesian-style government spending. Those are two different things.
I want to
Terrible
tax
ball
people.
knowledge.
I want a better social welfare state. But to argue that we can have a better social welfare state because the debt doesn't matter.
On October 10th, 2002, Smith was among the 81 Democratic members of the House to vote to authorize the invasion of Iraq. In March 2012, he said U.S. troops had done amazing work in Afghanistan and that it was time to bring the troops home.
I think with
undermines the credibility
with
of that
the
argument.
decline of the U.S. dollar and potential risking of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, it's something we have to think more about now. But here's let
That's
me drill,
the understatement of the morning, by the way. But
let me drill down a little bit on a few things you've said. So you've argued both from most of your argument against the DSA thus far, I think you could characterize as an electability argument. You think
no. It's
No. It's because I'm Hitler. It's because I'm Hitler, and like Hitler, I target socialists first.
bad policy.
Okay, so
I don't think having unlimited immigration is sustainable. I don't think.
So my question.
Just straight up Republican talking points. No one could somebody no, just straight up.
Getting rid of the criminal justice system is a smart way to govern. It's
No one believes this. Literally, like this shadow boxing thing that reactionaries do, where they like act as though disagreeing with Bernie Sanders means they get to like shadow box every Twitter argument they've ever seen. Like, what is he even arguing about right now? What policy is he referring to? What specific policy is he referring to?
not just electability.
So here's a question I have for you. So back in 2018, you worked together with Pramila Jayapal on a bill to abolish ICE, which is a key demand.
I worked with her on a. Here's what the bill did. Okay.
He sounds so regretful. He's like, yeah, I'm an insincere bastard who will pretend to be progressive when I know it won't lead to an outcome. I regret this one. If I had known abolishing ICE would eventually turn into a popular position within the Democratic Party, I never would have supported it. I don't want to actually change things.
It's a slogan.
It's a slogan. I was just virtue signaling. I didn't actually believe it, but trust me, I'm really economically progressive in all those other things I say I support that aren't going to happen. Incredible. Really fucking incredible, man. Jesus fucking Christ.
Article here from the Seattle Times, your local paper. U.S. Reps Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith aim to abolish ICE, restructure immigration enforcement.
Exactly.
You were one of the Democrats actually who was in office when you voted for DHS.
Can I tell you what this actually does?
Creation of
so
ICE.
we can have an intelligent conversation.
Of course. Yeah. Well, number one, do you still support this?
Yeah. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay, but do you still support it?
That doesn't help anything, because what is this? Can I?
Yeah, of course. But first, do you still support it? And you can explain more in detail what it is.
Let me tell you what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
When we created the Department of Homeland Security, we took immigration enforcement.
Remember, when he says we, he means we. He was around for that.
Away from the Justice Department, and we put it into DHS and created ICE.
Correct.
What this does is it puts immigration enforcement back at the Justice Department.
And
where it should be.
It's rid of ICE.
Right. Well, it gets rid of, but
that's
it doesn't,
my position too.
But
we're on the same page here.
Yes, but it doesn't get rid of immigration enforcement.
No one said it would. No one, literally zero humans who have said abolish ICE are saying that you should also get rid of Border Patrol. That's a different thing. No one said that. See, look, like he's literally right now arguing that he doesn't support a thing he said he supports that's popular with the Democratic Party. I want you to like understand the levels of insincerity that he's operating on. He virtue signaled and insincerely supported an abolish ICE position, which is now popular with Democrats. And now, in an effort to not be misconstrued as a person who's actually interested in protecting democracy, he is now arguing against the thing he said he supported, even though the thing he said he supported is now more popular with Democrats than it was when he said he supported it. Why? Because he doesn't actually want to abolish ICE. That's why. Because he doesn't believe in anything. This dude's a pure Republican. Look at his key votes. Yeah, I know. Voted to approve the invasion of Iraq. Voted to approve the Cyber Intelligence Sharing and Protection Act. Voted against an amendment restricting the National Security Agency from collecting phone records of Americans suspected of no crimes without a warrant. His entire career history is one of supporting the MIC, and he's still doing it to this day. If you take a look at where his money comes from, it's defense spending. Come get your mans. Come get your liberal. Big Boeing guy. Washington's 9th District, big Boeing guy. A lot of aerospace stuff comes out of Washington.
Okay. So
So
hold on. Let me hold you to account again.
Yeah.
Tell me which candidates specifically, not a policy paper that there theoretically says, which candidates have said we should get rid of all immigration enforcement.
I forget the name. The woman who beat Andrew Espelot absolutely 100% said it.
Chevalier.
Yeah.
So you have one candidate
right.
who said that. Do you think that?
I also
do you think that her views should be associated with everyone on the under the DSA label, or do you think that each person should be evaluated individually?
Many conversations with many immigration advocates, and I always ask them. And look, I'm in favor of a robust immigration system. I think what immigration enforcement is doing right now is an absolute crime. Okay.
I don't think you do. I think you're fine with it.
And it should be limited. I think we should go back to the Justice Department. That's what I said.
And you still support the bill that you put forward.
Absolutely.
So you support abolishing ICE.
But abolishing ICE is just a rhetorical.
He's so desperate to prove that he's loyal to the deep state that even when saying he wants to abolish ICE, he still can't say he wants to abolish ICE. He will betray his own beliefs, the beliefs of his constituents, the broad popular belief among Democratic voters, just in an effort to virtue signal to his corporate lobbyists. It's a genuinely a disconnect in the incentive structure of democracy so severe that you have to just scrap the system and build it back up from the ground. It's crazy. I'm trying to think of like applying this to hold on. There is an example I can think of this level of like insincerity even against public opinion, and it's fake right-wing pedophiles. There's a tendency I've noticed online for a lot of a very specific kind of far-right person to LARP pedophilia because they want to prove in a sort of vice signal context to their in-group that they're not like that they're like okay with all that. You know what I'm talking about? Like that very specific kind of Twitter-brained, like chibi reviews type or whatever. There are a lot of people out there on the right who are like interested in, I don't know, pretending. I'm trying to think of an example of this. I've literally seen people get made fun of for this. This isn't real, this world can be real. Pedophilia is, as we all know, like a right-wing associated issue. If you go on Twitter and you see anybody defending pedophilia or lolicon, 99% of the time they're right-wing, right? So because it's become like an associated vice signal, people on the right will performatively defend it even if they have no personal interest in it. In the same way that a lot of people on the right will performatively like indicate disgust at interracial relationships, even though they personally don't mind interracial relationships. This happens all the time. Nick Fuentes does this. Nick Fuentes has literally gone on his show and been like, don't you want a hot 16-year-old trad wife? He doesn't want a 16-year-old trad wife. He doesn't want a wife. He's LARPing. Nick Fuentes isn't a fucking pedophile. Nick Fuentes knows his audience is full of pedophiles, so he's LARPing to them. This is the level of like vice signaling that Adam Smith over here is operating on. He is in favor of abolishing ICE, theoretically, but don't you ever tell him that, or he'll pretend that he's not, even though abolishing ICE is the popular position. By the way, he represents a 70% plus Democratic district. I know, he's Washington 9. He's right next to me.
Like the label, but you support it, right?
But the problem is it means different things to different people. Okay.
No, abolishing ICE just means abolishing ICE. It's pretty straightforward. You abolish ICE and you put immigration enforcement back in the hands of Border Patrol, which is what it was back before under your stewardship, because you were in the House at that time. It was given over to ICE.
If you're talking about, no, let's go back to a Justice Department enforcement mechanism, that's fine.
That's what abolishing ICE is.
There are a lot more people who support eliminating enforcement. And let me tell you the question I always...
Who?
Let me tell you...
You're giving me one.
Let me tell you the question I always ask and the answer I always get.
Yeah.
From dozens of different immigration advocacy groups.
I'm not seeing an answer to that who.
I said, look, in order for this to work, you have to be able to tell me who would you deport and who wouldn't you let into the country. And they...
No, abolishing ICE just means abolishing ICE, meaning that enforcement for immigration is now head back over to the Department of Justice rather than to the Department of Homeland Security. The idea that immigration enforcement should be handled by a Department of Homeland Security in the first place is ridiculous. No, you do not, in fact, have to carve out the entire U.S. immigration code from first principles in order to justify the abolition of a department that has existed for 25 years.
Literally never answer that.
Okay, are they in Congress?
They are advocacy groups.
And here's my other question for you is, you know, you want to take the most extreme positions that you can find in the DSA platform, or that
Let me ask you this.
Let me finish my question,
Sure.
please. That one candidate, Daria-Lisa Chevalier, who I agree has positions that I think can legitimately be characterized as radical, right? You want to take those positions and you want to tar an entire group.
I mean, this guy is literally pro-Fourth Reich, so I don't really know if he's in a position to accuse anyone else of being radical.
Candidates with them.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on. Aren't you effectively doing the work of the Republicans there?
Yeah, see,
by
and
saying
that's always the
these
answer.
people,
That's
they're all
always the
so
answer.
crazy.
I'm
They don't
not-
want
The answer is like yes, by the way. Moderate Democrats like this, or like Haley Stevens, or hell, Jasmine Crockett, do far more work for the Republican Party than any DSA leftist or whatever who demands more from the party. In spite of like it's like objectively. This is just Republican propaganda reheated. If you listen to Adam Smith here and you took seriously his advocacy, his positions, his policy prescriptions, you would just vote Republican. If you genuinely believe that a big animating problem within the Democratic Party right now is that there are far left radicals taking it over who want to open the borders, then you are just a Republican. You are being motivated by Republican grievances. These are not liberal arguments. These are not Democratic arguments. You might as well be a Republican. These people do not care who you vote for. They don't care if they win. They don't care if they lose. They serve their corporate masters. That is it. That is the only thing they represent. I'm only just now remembering, by the way, that this person is being primaried or attempted in a primary by Kshama Sawant, the actually super far left, kind of radical, kind of annoying former Seattle city councilor. I hope she crushes him. I doubt she will, but, you know. Dog shit, nonpartisan jungle primary, making it so the Zionist guy is likely to win. Yeah, the 9th is not the, it doesn't help Kshama Sawant's running as an independent. Why don't they want as a Republican then? Because he's running in Washington's 9th district, which includes part of Seattle. That's it. Isn't Sawant also a Mamdani hater? She's just an annoying Twitter leftist. But anyone and everything is better than Adam Smith. Adam Smith is the worst possible route. You could find Republicans that would be better than Adam Smith because at least they wouldn't disenfranchise Democratic voters as much as this guy does. It doesn't matter. I like truly anything better than a Zionazi.
I'm not
they don't want
saying
any
they're also
police,
crazy.
they don't want any borders.
Let me
etc.
consolidate
When
for
they
you.
could,
Do
they
you
could
think?
easily
All
characterize
right, you've done your thing. Let me do my
They
thing.
could easily characterize your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria-Lisa.
But I can't.
But I don't believe anything. How you can't say that about me? I don't believe anything.
Because the Justice Department is going to enforce. Let me ask you this: Joe Biden, his policy. Okay, so not just one person in a platform, whatever. Do you think his policy was too lax in terms of border security?
I don't, but I acknowledge that politically that helped fuel the rise of the return of Donald Trump. So let me say
Now, that
to you,
is
though,
something that's
hold
widely
on a second. Which wing of the Democratic Party does Joe Biden come from? He doesn't come from the DSA left, does he? He comes from the establishment, and so to go back to one of the original.
Wherever he comes from, how did he?
He's just totally uninterested in hearing her out, by the way. Again, the centrists can never fail. They can only be failed. This guy has done nothing for the people of America. His entire life, he's done nothing but a rubber stamp for capital. But still, you are the failure. If you actually try to make the system better, you are the problem. If you have a hope for the future of this country, you are the problem. This guy will never be the problem. He doesn't even consider himself potentially part of any solution. He knows what he does and what he is.
Well, he funded a genocide, so he covered in a lot of right-wing ways. But to go back to your original point about electability, I think it's very hard.
I never made a point about electability.
You did. You said that you thought that these positions, if you listen to your original answer, you said you thought these positions for the DSA were part of what brought back Donald Trump.
Fair enough, yes. But there's also policy concerns. But
okay,
yes.
But on the electability point, how can you...
Which is why he keeps bringing up nebulous shadowbox Twitter arguments rather than actual policies the DSA left fights for.
Argue that your camp within the Democratic Party has a lot of credence when it comes to electability when
I argued the exact opposite. I argued the exact opposite. I'm with you.
When Hillary Clinton loses to Trump, Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that propped him up, that forced war, any sort of a primary. So how could it be the fault of the left that we're losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always say that the fall of the Democratic Party is a tragedy in 3 acts.
Okay.
Number one, we didn't do enough on the economic issues. And I think that Obama and Clinton get way too much of the blame for that. I think they really tried to get after broader economic issues, certainly. The Affordable Care Act, a whole lot of other provisions that were put in there. But
yeah, the ACA, a right-wing pro-insurance company solution to our ailing healthcare system that basically did nothing but artificially drive down the cost of insurance, which shouldn't exist anyway, by forcing everyone to buy into it, thereby increasing insurance company profits that have only continued to skyrocket to these days. Thank you. This guy's literally voted in favor of deregulating the banking sector. This guy, again, everything he says is fake. The one time he's been held to an actual progressive position here, abolishing ICE, and he ran away from it as soon as it became even remotely popular. As soon as anything progressive can actually happen, he stopped supporting it.
Didn't do enough on economic inequality. Number two, the left came along and took some positions that weakened us. I'm not blaming one group. Everyone's like, well, you're blaming us. What about them? It's like,
you've exclusively blamed the left. At no point have you blamed the center in the Democratic Party.
There can be collective responsibility here, okay? It's not an either-or choice. Yes, we didn't do enough in economics, and then some of the positions of the left, and there were a lot of people running around. And when people say abolish ICE, do they mean abolish enforcement, or do they mean change enforcement? Okay,
they mean abolish ICE and return it to the way it was before the formation of Homeland Security. This is extremely well understood. It means what it means, abolishing ICE.
And that's where you get into that difficult issue. We've had criminal justice problems, The defund the police movement did not help us in any way. And it was a thing.
And yet Biden won in 2020.
And everyone's, oh, no, we never did that, okay? And then three, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Those three things are what led to us. And every time, I want to bring them all in, but people say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being a Republican. Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not.
It's just all you do is blame the left with Republican talking points, and all the lessons you've learned are the opposite of correct. You're deliberately learning the wrong lessons.
With I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back.
Oh, he acknowledges it. That's nice.
The rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point.
This has been really illuminating. Yeah, it's watching this and knowing this guy's been a congressman for 16 terms in a Seattle, in a very, very left, Democrat leaning area. It really does kind of show off why the country is falling apart, openly pro-ethno-state, pro-apartheid. Every criticism he has is directed leftwards, Republican talking points, will pretend to be in favor of good things until they can actually happen, at which point he becomes their opponent. Just monstrous. Truly monstrous, genuinely unbelievably evil. Ideologically a void, could be a Republican, could be a neo-Nazi, could be a gas chamber button pusher. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters to this guy. He takes his checks, and that's it. It does not matter. To be fair, without the jungle primary system, he likely would have been primaried. No, it's not the jungle primary system. It's the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party allows people like him to exist within it. If the Democratic Party had any kind of margins or litmus test or any kind of standards for its own members, like the Republican Party does, then he would not have been able to hold this seat for so long. The Democratic Party would have long since ousted him, would have backed the challenger. The state or the federal Democratic Party would have done something about him. He is allowed to exist because he does exactly what the Democratic Party wants him to do. That is it. That's the only reason why. The machinery of the party is strong enough to have ousted somebody like him, especially somebody as unpopular as him. It's not like anyone fucking knows or cares about him.
identity politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own critiques here. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing the entire wing of the centrists and saying that we're all like,
no, because
I'm not caricaturing.
What caricature is she offered that's not correct? He said the left wants open borders and no police, and wants to dismantle the entire criminal justice system. What a ridiculous, I got all my positions on the left from Twitter thing to say.
Trying to say you have the same views as John Fetterman. I don't think that you do.
And identity politics. And then she pointed out identity politics, as we understand it, was started by Hillary Clinton, and he acknowledged it. He said his problem with the DSA leftist id poll, and then Crystal's like, well, I think Hillary Clinton did that actually. And he was like, yeah, you're right. Just doesn't believe in a damn thing. Nothing at all. No beliefs, nothing. Just a fucking void.
Or Josh Gottheimer, for that matter.
And I'm not saying they all have the same views
You
either.
are trying to take the views of, let's say, Daria Lisa and the DSA platform and saying this is what the entire
I'm not.
DSA
I'm
coalition stands
I'm just
for.
saying it's an issue and it's a challenge.
Let me get you to, so I think the most prominent example.
This is what I mean about the Democratic Party choosing to allow this guy in. You look at this guy's social media posts and he's like, just hosted the 3rd annual Deep State MIC Washington Aerospace Arms Contractor meeting. It went great. 5 likes. Oh yeah, man. I'm sure this guy has a genuine wellspring of local support. I bet the people of Washington 9 fucking love this guy. Here's my deep state meeting. We talked about Palantir and, I don't know, child fucking, whatever. Vote for me. Like you did the last 15 times. God, look at him. Fucking DreamWorks eyebrow cock over here. We are witnessing a fascist take over this country. Dog, it's you. It's you. People like you have had more control over the direction this country has gone in than Trump ever has. The direction the country has moved in over the past 30 years, the actual existing Nazism that has seeped into the foundations, it's you. Trump is the aberration. You're the pattern. God, look at these fucking likes, man. What's the extent of term limits in the House of Reps you'd support? I don't really care about term limits. You could have 1, 2, 3 terms, whatever. It wouldn't really matter. Capitol still owns this country. Term limits aren't the issue.
Of socialist governance in the U.S. right now is Zoran Mamdani in New York City. He got asked a question that's very relevant to this conversation about, what about people who are concerned about socialism or concerned about democratic socialism? Let me get you to respond to what he had to say. This is E2.
For all of the fear-mongering around democratic socialism, the best response is to show what it actually means. And what we've shown over the last 6 months is exactly that. We've shown that a city with a democratic socialist vision is one that paves more than 170,000 potholes, 50,000 more than the prior administration by this point. It's a city that has delivered the lowest recorded number of shootings and shooting victims and murders in New York City's history. It is a city that is on a pathway to universal childcare, saving thousands of parents more than $20,000 a year. And it's a city that is doing all of these things while fighting for the people who are often left behind. Workers who we've secured more than $10 million for, tenants more than $64 million. These are all indicators of what is so scary to a right wing that has built its entire power and framework on the idea of debating who should be left behind.
So is Zoran's version of socialism a version that you could get on board with, since he's really focused on the affordability pieces that you
I am encouraged by what he's doing. And I think that form of trying to get things done, that's the other problem, is so much of the left, and certainly we experienced this in Seattle.
He's in favor of Mamdani because Mamdani won. Again, no, he literally does not believe in anything. It doesn't matter. It's meaningless. Absolutely meaningless.
became an academic exercise. They were spending all day long talking about, the history of racism, as opposed to going out in the community and saying, these are people who've been discriminated against. Let's get them access to capital so they can start businesses.
Oh, yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm done listening to this guy because we've already understand the point. Like, this guy is a moral black hole, ideologically indistinct from everyone else, would pull the lever on the gas chamber, etc. He said he supported Thomas Massey's amendment. He's so proud to indicate he's not one of those crazy Zionists. He's in favor of Thomas Massey's amendment, the one that lost recently. Here's his statement on the amendment. Despite my support for Israel for over 2 years, I have been frustrated with Netanyahu's government and its total war approach in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, even at times Syria. I understand Israel has to confront threats to their existence and cannot let them go unchecked. Many of the people calling for a ceasefire on October 8th were people who wanted Hamas to succeed in destroying Israel. But Israel does not have to fight the way they've chosen to do so. So, like, the infinite Zioslave, right? Zionazi, piece of shit. He only supported the Massey Amendment because he knew that it wouldn't pass. If the Massey Amendment had a chance to pass, he would have opposed it. Last year, he said Mamdani doesn't speak for the party. Wow, what a surprise. He doesn't actually believe in anything. How shocking. That's crazy. This guy flip-flops in his beliefs more than Harris did. All of them believe in nothing. Crystal Ball interviews deep state, Zionazi, piece of shit, hypocrite, Democrat from my fucking city. He called for Gaza protesters to be arrested. Wow, how shocking. Like a rubber stamp for capital, does literally anything he's told to, will feign. This is, by the way, and maybe this makes it a little bit clearer, this is why I've said I would rather J.D. Vance win than Gavin Newsom. I genuinely think that a president like this is far more harmful to the country than J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance is openly odious and unpopular and would struggle to get a lot of his agenda implemented, but a guy like this would do effectively the same thing as J.D. Vance in a lot of respects, but would also massively disenfranchise Democratic voters, because a person like this, somebody who's openly this transparently insincere, is a reminder that our democracy is a sham. I think our democracy is done. I think it's failed. It's collapsed. It's over. It's a zombie democracy moving slowly, inexorably, and unavoidably towards its demise. What we're experiencing is rigor mortis of a corpse. The movement, the spasms are a biological, not even biological, a physical process. They're chemicals. Chemicals continue to move under the skin of the corpse. But there's no life. But the problem is that our best bet for resurrecting this corpse, for making something of the future, is for as many people as possible to delusionally believe that there's a point to all this. The worst case scenario would be for the average American to understand just how much of a sham this entire thing has been, and then to give up hope. Because most people don't have the knowledge or strength of character to continue to have hope, even after realizing how much of a sham it's been. People have to believe. Approximately 400 non-citizens voted in New Jersey elections. Okay. The link's not opening. By now I would have already put the link up, but the link's not loading. Here we go.
In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. When New Jerseyans applied for a driver's license or identification at the MVC, they were asked if they wanted In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway.
Okay.
The error in the software...
Wait, that's so fucking stupid. They literally said they weren't eligible to vote, but then the system registered them anyway? So this isn't even like voter fraud. This is just like retard tech error stuff. In order for it to be real voter fraud, it would need to have been some kind of organized or concerted effort to get people illegally on the voter rolls. But this is just, this did so after they had said no. Let her finish the statement. I'm tired of listening to women. While we're complaining about the Democratic Party. You guys seen this? James Talarico recently at a town hall where he was accosted by... I'm sorry, it's really difficult to get into this without just addressing the face of it, the racial grievances. Angry black people. For what reason, I'm still not entirely sure. I have to assume this is downstream of Jasmine Crockett, who still won't shut the fuck up, who continues to allude to racism in this primary. Riling people up.
Stay here, you answer our questions, or you suffer the consequences.
Wait, is that the... It's just the same lady?
Suffer the consequences.
I'm happy to engage. We'll come to here in just a second. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you traveling in, and I appreciate
I did
you.
it for my people, not for you.
Wonderful. And that's wonderful. I think that's wonderful.
I do. Okay, wait, hold on. Not to engage in a bit of narrative violation here, but I'm almost positive this woman isn't actually a liberal Democrat. I'm pretty sure she's just an attention whore. Yeah, same shirt. I'm pretty sure it's the same lady. Isn't this the same woman who said that she wasn't going to support Biden? I think she's just a federal agent. Yeah, I don't think she's actually... The narrative here would be that she's a moderate centrist or right-leaning Democrat who's like a hardline pro Jasmine Crockett. I think she might just be like a racist. Like not even ideologically center-leaning or whatever. I think she might just be like black racial grievance culture made animate, you know?
And it's all right. It's all right. This is what this conversation's supposed to.
What does she even do? She's an attention whore. She just stirs up trouble.
But for us real black folks, everyday black people, we gonna sit this shit out. We gonna undervote your ass, James Talarico, because I know civics. You talking all that fly ass shit, I know civics.
I've already watched this video. At no point does she actually say anything Talarico has done wrong or what he should do. It's just racial grievance. But like, I don't even know if this is a Fed plant. She could be like a Republican operative. I'm not sure. That would make sense if she was going after Biden as well. She could just be a Republican.
And what I know for a goddamn fact is we've survived Ken Paxton as the AG. Moving that motherfucker down the road to the Senate decreases his ability to terrorize and torture black Texas voters and Texas children.
She's like pro-Paxton here or something.
So a win is a motherfucking win. But what I will not have you do is try to instill your great white hope in my motherfucking people and watch you let us down. I'm not fixing to let your white moderates win. Because in 2028, we need to elect a new motherfucking president. And if you white moderates and you lowly ass fucking
white moderate, I'm pretty sure she's just a Republican plant. If she was also anti, yeah, hold on. I think I have the clip.
It does not matter if Joe Biden is in the White House or Donald Trump. Fascism is fucking fascism.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's just a Republican operative. Well-read black girl 2.0. It certainly sounds like something a Republican would come up with.
Candidates like James Talarico keep pulling your shit, we're gonna end up with another fucking Trump. And that,
as opposed to Ken Paxton. As opposed to Ken Paxton?
is something my people can't tolerate. So you gonna get this motherfucking lesson now. You're gonna get it. And your white moderates are gonna get it too. So maybe when 2020...
Is her, hold on, Well-Read Black Girl 2.0. Okay, there's another account on Instagram called Well-Read Black Girl. Who just appears to be a well-read black girl. So this might just be a Republican operative that's trying to do, what do you call it? Like search engine optimization stuff by making like, okay, this is well-read black girl on Instagram. She seems nice. I'm just guessing. I don't know. She seems nice. Seems like a fine account, you know? So it looks like she's doing SEO shit in order to try to like bait. You know what I'm talking about? In order to bait engagement.
rolls around, you will know, Black Texas voters, we ain't fucking playing with you. Yeah, that white boy should have stayed where the fuck he was.
Like, is this not just this is like, is this not exactly what a Republican operative would do? It's totally like meaningless racial. It's just yeah, this is just Fed shit. It doesn't even sound real. This doesn't even sound real to me. I've encountered plenty of anti-white black racists online because they're basically powerless, so the internet's the only place they can be annoying. This isn't even what they sound like. This is LARPing. This is a person trying to sound like one.
Because you came here thinking you was dealing with colored people, and you met real niggas only.
Yeah, okay. Oh, man. I wonder how much they pay her. Jesus Christ.
And speaking of colored people, for you ashy motherfuckers, you...
Oh, fuck.
Stop bitches in the background of the video that said that I'm rude for handling his ass the way he should be handled. I don't have time to be pleasant. I'm a black woman in Texas, and these motherfuckers is coming for our lives.
Jesus. That Israeli check must be good. I wonder how much she's getting paid. I'm sorry, I know it's a bit of a narrative violation. I'd love to blame this on centrist Democrats, but I really don't think this is a centrist Democrat issue. I just think this is Republican money, or like associated with Republican, you know? Why would you call yourself Well-Read Black Girl 2.0 unless you were doing some kind of insincere... Man. Oh, we can't do music. Sorry, guys.
The fuck do you mean? State my case. Who the fuck are you?
These all have like 10 likes. This is totally, yeah, totally astroturfed.
Yes. I voted for Hillary Clinton and I voted for Joe Biden. And because you all are so goddamn hateful and selfish, you want what you want, you see that as hypocritical. What it really is proof that I've consistently showed up in this country and voted against fascism.
I wonder if it's Russian money. One of the things that the Senate Intel Committee report on Russian interference in the 2016 election found, sorry, not just 2016, 2020 as well, was that a bunch of Russian bot accounts were found fanning the flames on both sides. Like the Russian money and Russian bot farms were doing a bunch of work, both for the racist anti-BLM position and the pro-BLM position. Though it's worth noting that when they supported the pro-BLM position, they were usually supporting like insincere anti-white racists. racism. Like, if Russian bot accounts were promoting a pro-BLM position, they were talking like this: all right, whitey, this ain't your I'm not your slave, or, you know, that kind of shit, you know, like astroturfed race, because the goal is just to promote race war shit to make the country weaker. You just want to promote like destabilization. If this was AstroTurf, she'd actually have views. No, dude. AstroTurf, first of all, it's not about the number of views she gets directly. It's about her ability to do stuff like this. See? By showing up at a town hall and being like, my black ass ain't falling for your white moderate business. It doesn't matter how many views you're getting. All that matters is that people can look and see that you have like an existing account beforehand. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's the same reason why AI bot accounts will like comment on each other's shit. It's to build up like an image of being a real person, basically. Those snaps were racist. She's racist. That's my point. Why would that not be explainable by actual grievances? Because in my experience, 99% of the time when people are lying online, it's because there's money behind it. This is like a wedge of identity grievance politics that is very politically exploitable, but not but I don't think like represents real groups of people. If it was genuine like anti-white racial grievance, why the fuck is she promoting Ken Paxton? Why is she saying Ken Paxton would be a better Senate candidate? That doesn't make any sense. An actual anti-white black racist would be militantly anti-Ken Paxton for a variety of reasons. She wasn't, though? Yes, she was. She said that there would be a harm reduction element to Ken Paxton being a senator. That's fucking psychotic. No. This is not a real position. Real human beings don't believe this. The goal here is to drive down voter participation from black Texans who feel disenfranchised after Jasmine Crockett lost in the primary and now continues to suggest that Talarico was racist. That's it. It's just an effort to disenfranchise voters, to convince people to not participate. Yes, it's worth remembering Jasmine Crockett herself was a Republican op. Jasmine Crockett was not going to run for the Senate and only decided to do so, filing on the very last day she could, because she saw internal polling, which was created by Republicans, suggesting she could win. The polling was faked. She was tricked into running by Republicans who wanted to use her, and she's like a narcissist, a crazy person, to try to induce infighting against Talarico, a very strong candidate, and to try to disenfranchise black Texan voters. If Talarico was the only real option for the Texas Senate, black voters would go for him because he's cool, he's a Democrat, whatever. But if you get Jasmine Crockett in to like foment a bunch of racial grievance beforehand, so that now a bunch of black voters feel like they've been betrayed by her loss in the primary, now you have a depreciated voter turnout. Very, very shrewd political operating by the Republican Party there. If Talarico was black, do you think she'd be playing the man card? If Talarico was black, there'd be another operative that they would pay to do this. Will it work, though? I mean, Jasmine Crockett's kind of helping, isn't she? Jasmine Crockett is still suggesting that Talarico was racist. So, like, together, yes, her narcissism plus the... Isn't it kind of our fault that we're so susceptible to racial psyops? Blame centrist Democrats. Centrist Democrats have been doing racial grievance politics, like old-style tribal political navigating. They've been doing this for decades. Hillary Clinton, right, with the id poll, but like to a large extent, Eric Adams, Cuomo, they all do this. The district where Daria Lee's just won, you know, you had like the Haitians versus the Dominicans. Democrats love to compel ethnic patronage and get angry when it doesn't work in their favor. Like, look at her. This is from 1 hour ago.
The World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last two teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess. If you'll just let them finish the answer.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists as it relates to
Breyer, you're right.
Like this is ridiculous. She's a sitting congresswoman and she's arguing the reason people supported Spain over Argentina is because of racism. What is the point of this? Seriously, what is the point of this? Can you explain what policy is being pushed here, what advocacy is being done, what political position is being fronted here? It's literally just racial grievance. The Spanish team had more black people on it. Hold on one second. I don't know that. I don't watch the World Cup. Is that true? Did the Spanish team literally have more black people on it? Argentina is like the most racist fucking country in the world, but she's still playing this point because the goal is, okay, everyone here looks photoshopped. Does this not look like it? Does this not look like a YouTube thumbnail? Like it's like the Mr. Beast add-on or whatever? It does not. It isn't. Are their heads too big? It has to be the focal length. Oh my God, yeah. Argentina, does Argentina have any black player? I guess, yeah. I mean, it's Latin America. Everyone's like shades of black. It's complicated, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, the position that Jasmine Crockett, a sitting congresswoman, is taking right now for apparently no reason whatsoever is that if you supported this team, it's because you're anti-black versus this team. I don't know. It's like you have to recognize this stuff for what it is. If you go out right now, if you go out in the real world and you talk to black people, you know what they're like? They're like, nice weather today, huh? Yep. Sure was a lot of traffic today. Normal ass people. And then you go to Jasmine Crockett, every other word out of her fucking mouth is like a gift to Republicans. Racial grievance after racial grievance after racial grievance. Like this. These aren't real people. These are people who are motivated by racial animus and propped up in order to, like, basically what I'm saying is, if you think that the DSA gives Republicans free ammunition, you have to acknowledge that people like this do as well. You cannot say that, like, Mamdani is giving... Mamdani, super popular. Super, super popular, beloved. Even Trump loves his ass. The idea that, like, the DSA is giving people ammunition against the Democrats, even though Republicans already say the Democrats are communists, but people like Jasmine Crockett or whatever aren't, with their constant insincere narcissistic race baiting, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry. What I was looking up, by the way, was Jasmine Crockett, that clip from her at, like, the, obviously that black event, it was something to do with black people, where she was like implying Talarico was racist to her. But instead I found 1 hour ago, she implied the reason you would support Spain over Argentina is because you're racist. These literally just like insane people. Can somebody find me that clip? I'm trying to find that clip where she implied Talarico was racist. Why can I not find this? It was just like 2 weeks ago. That's not very specific? Yeah, I suppose not. You know, she's doing a fucking Netflix documentary. Junior congresswoman who lost a Senate run in the primary. Here's a documentary. I was just getting started. Now, I think that's satire. Is it? I mean, this is from her account. And also it's a... I mean, I saw a video clip of her. Is it? Oh, it's a TikTok trend. She's not actually doing a documentary? Okay, gotcha. So she's just joking about doing a documentary. Gotcha. Fooled your white ass. It's true. Where was that clip? Somebody linked it earlier. Is this it? Yeah, here we go.
People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly, some people just not gonna be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas. People keep trying to say, well,
Vosh hates Crockett too much for his joke radar to work. Genuinely speaking, without knowing that it's a TikTok trend, how would I ever know that it's a joke, given that Crockett is already a massive narcissist who makes absolutely everything about her? Every word out of her mouth is like, listen to me, I'm a black woman, I'm speaking right now, you shut the fuck up and listen, and then like weird racist comments about other people. Every grievance against her is racism.
You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot. It was
like
racist. It was a racist race.
In the post
it
here,
is what
she
it
said
is,
Republicans
right?
drew
But we
her
live in
out of her
America,
district,
and y'all are
but
celebrating
like,
250.
she's the one
okay?
who chose to run for a Senate seat. Autoplay?
You see, a lot of haters got a lot of...
Why would it autoplay this clip? Sorry, you're right. A black woman is speaking. I should shut the fuck up, apparently. I just do it on instinct. Only way Twitter can fake views. True. True. Anyway, I guess the point that I'm getting at here is that this kind of id poll was invented by centrist and right-leaning Democrats in order to cause trouble for progressives, and that's all it's ever succeeded in doing. It's just kind of funny, like right after that Adam Smith interview where he admitted that the id poll stuff was largely a Hillary Clinton front, where she was weaponizing it insincerely in order to try to trick progressives into voting for her over Bernie Sanders. And now you have stuff like this. People, the average voter thinks that Talarico is to the right of Crockett. You know that? Like if you ask the average Democrat or Republican, they would probably say this. I know Republicans believe that Crockett is to the left of Talarico, but I'm pretty sure the average Democrat does as well. How much will this hurt him, do you think? Buddy, it's a Senate race in Texas. All Crockett has to do and succeed is moving like half a percentage point of the black population of Texas away from voting, disenfranchise a tiny percentage, and it could potentially hurt him very badly. Very, very badly. The well-read black girl has ties to a Republican politician from Ohio. Do you want to elaborate on that? There are a lot of black people who identify with this kind of content unironically. Yes, racists. I know. They exist. But the Democratic Party caters to them because they know they can weaponize that id poll against progressive candidates. Can I make couscous in a rice cooker? Yes. Her link tree has a petition being led by John Husted, the Sign the Petition one. Wait, really? Hold on. Sorry, I don't know what this petition is. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. Wait, hold on. This is the wrong person. You linked me the well-read black girl on Instagram. This isn't the same person. Yeah, don't they like look different? Can't you tell? God, it's warm today. No, it links to the 2.0 TikTok as well. Where? Wait, hold on. Wait, it is the same woman? Wait, how can that be possible? Wait, hold on. Wait. It can't be the same person. They literally don't even remotely look similar. Instagram, well-read black girl. I think this is the like SEO bullshit that you were talking about. They're literally not the same person. I think that this is a deliberate conflation. That like the race baiting one is trying to take advantage of. Look at our reels so we can hear her voice. The diff link. Here we go. Okay. Thank God. Okay, you were confusing the fuck out of me. Here. This is the other Instagram. They don't look alike. But I think this is deliberate on her part. Because this one, the one who we've been getting angry at, has a link tree. Totally different. Wait, this is a different link tree than the one you provided me. Wait, hold on. Wait, does this one have multiple link trees? Look. Oh my God. This is such a mindfuck, okay? So we're going to say the well-read black girl 1 and 2, and the well-read black girl 1 is this normal person who's cool or whatever. And then the well-read black girl 2, which is what her TikTok is the crazy race baiting one, okay? So 1 is good and 2 is bad. That's where I'm just going to say 1 and 2, okay? So 1 has all spelled out, well-read black girl, blue check on Instagram, right? Normal political advocacy, pro-literacy, great. You look at this. Seems like a cool person. I don't know. I don't know her. And then, right, if you go over to this one, this is well-read black girl, no vowels in black girl, who's the person number 2, right? And then here's all the race baiting stuff. And then if you go over to her link tree, you have the well-read black girl with the vowels over here, 2.0, where you go through all this, and a Cash App, not surprising, and at well-read black girl with the vowels on this platform right over here. So again, the confusion here is deliberate. She is trying, it's SEO manipulation. Like she chose an existing political figure in order to copy, to confuse people. Like that's the point. There's like this kind of copycat shit happens all the time. Like content rehosting channels do it. It's just this one's unique because it's not a content rehosting channel. It's just a completely different. They also have a website. Okay, this is well-read black girl, I'm assuming 1, because this looks like a real website that promotes literacy and so on. The link was on her TikTok, not an Insta. I agree, this is scrambled shit though. Yeah, okay, so additional bit of confusion right over here is that there's a second link tree maintained by the well-read black girl 2.0, which also alternates between including the vowels and not including the vowels. This was the one the person linked. She has multiple link trees. Okay. Why does she have multiple link trees? Whatever. I'm sorry. This was not. Listen, this really isn't that interesting. All we've done is arrive at the previous conclusion that we had, which was that it's a psyop. Psyop confirmed the chorus guy also made a video. Oh my God. Dude, he's so fucking annoying. It's like, I feel like I should be paid money to unmute him.
Black Texans pulled up on Talarico, and since you can't hear from us, Maybe if you heard.
Jesus Christ. Why would Chorus pay this guy when he's literally a Republican operative? I guess if your only goal is to keep the left out of the Democratic Party, it doesn't really matter whether you're a Republican or a centrist Democrat. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I know this is like a whole... I know this is a whole fucking, like, random, you know... I know this is all, like, really weird and stupid. It's just, like, I guess I am always interested in learning more about how insincere the internet political environment is. You know? Is this what Chorus is backing? Yeah. Chorus exists to keep the left out of the Democratic Party. To that end, they're perfectly fine weaponizing performatively anti-white racist conservatives. Like that's this guy's entire... This guy's literally like a joke. It's all black grievance politics.
Bitches think they got me motherfucking bit. Bitches think they got me motherfucking bit, but let me tell you something. I'm about to do the bending in the motherfucking minute because I'm about to wear that ass out. Don't you ever in your fucking life disrespect Rebecca Romaine. You better put respect on her name. Let's get this shit correct. This is the blueprint and this is the bullshit.
Audio? Man, I really need to keep like my earbuds in. We can hear yelling. Was I talking over a black woman or a black man that time? Would somebody like to fill me in? Listen, you need to blame Elon, man. Okay, gotcha, that's better. You need to blame Elon for making his videos randomly autoplay when I literally don't have the tab open. It's insane. Hold on, did it happen again? Okay, we don't like this guy. But, did this happen again? This is from 3 hours ago.
What are you going to do to rebuke and admonish your supporters? All right. And who sit up online all day, angry, attacking, very, like, it went beyond Congresswoman Crockett. Yes, beyond. What are you going to do to rebuke the likes of Keith Edwards, Roe DNC?
Oh, you're running for a Senate race? Would you care to denounce these Twitter users?
And David Piper, the voice actor, who harasses and threatens black politicos who politicians in this area depend on to promote voting education and voting mobilization. But when they're harassing us simply because...
Fuck, dude, this is embarrassing. Yeah, seriously. It's like, genuinely, how the fuck do you do outreach to the black community when the Democratic Party has enabled such a culture of grifters who don't represent anyone other than their own fucking bank accounts, showing up and just randomly invoking racial grievance politics for literally no reason, trying to undermine you? Like, you have no specific policies, no grievances, you don't really have anything to say, you're just like contributing to this big amorphous impression that Talarico is anti-black when he's literally never done anything anti-black.
We are active voters who want our candidate to be held accountable because he tells us to hold him accountable. What are you going to do to rebuke?
What is this? What are you going to do to rebuke these Twitter users? It's insane. Oh, hold on. Who is this? Julie McShay, quote unquote, the pretty professor. Is this also like a Fed thing? Let me see. 750 followers on Instagram. I mean, if the check clears. Basically, no presence on Instagram. What about TikTok? The pretty professor. TikTok. Couldn't find this account. Does she even exist? I don't see the account, but I see like the hashtag.
So I'm sitting outside at Panera Bread.
The Southern Socialite? That's a completely different handle. I'm trying. Does she not even exist? I don't know. Who knows? You know this lady? Well, do you know her at? I guess the point that I'm trying to get at is that everyone who bothers Talarico is a federal agent. This is what they're mad about? I'm so confused. Wait, the rogue DNC? This is fucking Michael.
Congresswoman, Governor Walz started out tonight by repeating this refrain that Israel has a right to defend itself. Yeah. Israel has just invaded Lebanon. Israel is now intimating that it could attack Iran. So shouldn't we be looking for a little more than just these platitudes about Israel having a right to defend itself? What is the limiting principle, especially when the U.S. is the one providing the armaments for Israel to wage these military campaigns, as you know, having voted for the National Security Supplemental back in April, which underwrote Israel's war effort?
I absolutely did vote for it. I voted for that along with...
This is it? This is what they're... I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We need to move on. I genuinely don't know what's going on here. I don't understand. Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it. If somebody could provide a solution to this, that would be great. Can we just get like a crack team of black people to follow Talarico at all time, and anytime anyone brings up racial grievances, like it's their job to fucking peel off and tank the aggro or something? I don't know what we're supposed to do. The two raw guys on the website for chorus? No, I know. I know he's chorus paid. I know he's a shill. They're all shills. Everyone's a shill. Racial grievance bodyguards? Yeah, it's pretty bad. By the way, I want to point this out. I've been warning about this for years and years, and the crazy thing is that, like, now I get called, like, far-left DSA anti-black for pointing it out, but 4 or 5 years ago, I was being called, like, on the right for pointing it out, which is that black grievance politics is basically like an ultimate I win button in intra-democratic party politics, and it's really, really dangerous to promote that. I remember back in like 2020, 2021, everyone was like, oh, Vosh, he's so obsessed with pointing out that he should silence black voices in the Democratic Party, whatever. But like now people are like, oh, he's like a DSA far left guy. My position has been the same. There's like unlimited license being offered to racial grievance politics as expressed by black people. Also, by the way, by Jewish people. Like a Jewish person can go on to like any Democratic event and say fucking anything. It's anti-Semitic to tell us how we're supposed to commit a Holocaust or whatever. Like they can say anything, and all of it is downstream of insincere liberal identity politics being invoked to distract from real political progressivism. Like it's really, really, really bad for democracy. I don't know. You look less white and more pink than 2020. Well, I don't have like blue lights countering it on me. Also, it's pretty hot today. Like the Professor Flowers shit? I mean, yeah, it's all in the same, like, it's all in the same general category, I suppose. The grievance politics stuff is just a really bad way to do democracy. It's bad both in terms of, like, getting people to arrive at good policies. It's also really, really, really bad at, allowing you to democratically navigate disputes within the party, because it means that anytime you have a problem, rather than addressing the root of the problem, you just immediately go into race baiting. It's really, really bad. All the left does call them feds. In fairness, oftentimes they are feds. So, you know, it's just like they're wow, I really am red today. It's pretty warm in here. You know what? It's 50% that I'm warm, and it's 50% that I am watching stuff that makes me angry today. It's like it's a mix. We got to move on. There's like genuinely so much shit happening.
There's another new development that could be rattling global markets, especially oil markets, even more. Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen have now declared their own naval blockade, they say, against Saudi Arabia in the Bab el-Mandab Strait in the Red Sea. That's another critical international shipping channel and oil route. And also, there's new reporting just in today that the Houthis have begun broadcasting messages warning Saudi ships to stop traveling in the Red Sea. Joining me right now is retired Army.
It's happening. The why do I always forget the name? Bab al-Mandab? Bab al-Mandab Strait, yeah, is now being threatened directly. The Houthis have been Bab al-Mandab. Thank you. The Houthis have been threatening this for a while, but it looks like they're now actually trying to enforce a maritime embargo on Saudi Arabia, which would block yet another critical oil route. Fuck off. BBC subscription? Fucking seriously? BBC? Fucking like government media or independent, publicly owned media? You need a fucking subscription for that too? Jesus Christ. So stupid. You're not even making money off it. You're just trying to keep people from fucking reading the news, man. Pieces of shit. In the UK, you have to pay just to use the website. Whatever, it's not even a real country. I don't fucking care. How much oil goes through Bab al-Mandab? It's basically closing the Suez Canal. I mean, it's really, really bad. Let's see. Handles roughly 4 to 9 million barrels of crude oil, petroleum products daily, in addition to the extra load that it's been taking since the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, because Saudi Arabia has been trying to move stuff over across the country to ship it out of the Red Sea. And in addition to that, there's a ton of non-petroleum stuff that goes through the Bab al-Mandab Strait, unlike the Strait of Hormuz, which is primarily like a petrostate, pipeline. 2 Saudi oil tankers turned towards the Suez Canal already. You mean turned away from? Oh shit. That happened pretty quick. That's not great. Is global trade ending? In retrospect, it might have been a bad idea to route a significant portion of global trade through 2 narrow waterways that are right next to extremely disputed, highly volatile areas that we keep fucking with. Israel supports this shit till they can colonize the Suez. Oh, I bet they wish, but they're not going to fucking invade Egypt. I mean, maybe eventually, but yeah. Shutting down the Bab al-Mandab Strait and the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz is only going to exacerbate the coming crisis. China has been doing demand destruction for months now and is trying to manage the global crisis, but I have a feeling this might exceed their abilities somewhat. CPC stops accepting Kazakh oil due to attacks on tankers? What? The Caspian Pipeline Consortium has stopped receiving oil from Kazakhstan after suspended loadings on Monday due to attack on oil tanks at the Black Sea terminal. Ooh! The Russia-Ukraine conflict contributing further to the instability. Gas prices shot up $1 here yesterday. $1! Where? Where did it shoot up $1? This is making a good argument for technocracy. I feel so cucked right now. Technocracy is exactly why we got here. The management of global trade by a bunch of totally insincere, agents of capital, that is where technocracy got us. Kuwait is rationing electricity. Yeesh. China has like 1.3 billion barrels in reserve at minimum. They can't draw down their entire reserve. It's very clear that over the past couple of months, the only reason we've managed to avoid an absolute worst case scenario with regards to the global oil commodities market is because of China. China has been quietly drawing down on its reserves in order to manage the decline of American hegemony. That seems to be the best explanation. I certainly can't think of a better one than that. Like, mathematically, by now, we should have run into a wall. Several countries did, but America hasn't yet. And it seems the reason we haven't is because China has been reducing the amount of oil that it consumes massively. Let me see if I can, hold on, China oil demand destruction. The reason they're doing this, here we go, China's oil imports have plummeted. Do we have a chart here? Look at this. Absolutely enormous reduction in, well, hold on. Seaborne oil. Yeah, where they're importing from. This is their imports. Others, Brazil, Iraq, Iran, Russia, Saudi Arabia, they have been enormously reducing how much oil they're purchasing. The reason for this, the reason they're engaging in this demand destruction, the reason they're reducing the amount they're purchasing is to keep more open flow, more liquidity for the oil market to other countries, particularly us. I think the reason they're doing this is because they don't really want to see a global crash. They kind of rely on the global economy as much as we do, even if they have better reserves than we do. I don't understand the strategy help. I feel like I'm doing a bad job of explaining it, and I apologize for that. Let me try to explain. China relies on the global markets. They would not benefit from a global collapse, so they're trying to manage decline. Right now, our behavior is leading to an enormous reduction in the total availability of oil and petroleum products, which is very, very harmful to everyone on the earth. China has a massive reserve, the biggest in the world, so they have the ability to weather internally the effects of our meddling in the Middle East. The problem is, it doesn't matter much for China if they reduce their demand, if every other country in the world collapses. Does that make sense? So what they're doing is reducing how much oil they purchase in order to keep this to keep the system floating along. I think the reason they're doing this is not because they want to save us, rather it's because they want to manage our decline. So they're trying to navigate the situation. They're trying to thread the needle in such a way that things get much worse for the West gets poorer, the West gets more unstable, but it doesn't collapse entirely. They manage their affairs domestically, but they, in a relative sense, compared to our weakness, they improve their standing and basically get a free Taiwan because, like, buddy, we could not defend Taiwan right now. It's worth understanding how big of a deal this is, though. If it was not for China's demand destruction, we almost certainly would have hit the wall by now. Like genuinely, their demand destruction is the reason there has not been a global oil collapse. They are burning through an enormous reserve they have, around 1.3 billion barrels, and because they're a more efficiently managed economy than ours, they have the ability to reduce demand. We can't really reduce demand. We don't have the national power necessary to tell, we would have to ration, we would have to allow the oil price to go up, but American treaty rights would never tolerate it. So do you think we're not going to hit the wall anymore? We still might, especially if the Houthis really are successfully barricading off the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Like, if Saudi crude is no longer able to make it through there and the war in Iran continues, so the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, China can't keep doing this forever. They're still burning through their reserves. So, yeah, it's complicated.
Major General James Spider Marks. He's the head of geopolitical strategy for Academy Securities. It's good to see you, Spider. Let's talk about this. I mean, the Houthis now threatening the Bab al-Mandab Strait, declaring this blockade on Saudi ships from passing through. If this really does go into effect, if we now have a second major shipping channel that is threatened and thus, there will be disruption to it, what does that mean for the United States if this becomes a new front of this war?
Well, it's been a front in the engagement with the Houthis in the past.
The big question is now, when will we hit the wall? I think we might hit the wall a little bit slower than we expected because of China's interference. But again, China isn't magical. China cannot engage in demand destruction hard enough to prevent what is happening. Right now, the American, European, and commercial oil stocks are still being drained rapidly. It's just that because China is also draining their own stocks and reducing their demand, they are slowing the rate at which this happens. But we still have no solution to this problem. The Iran war, the closure of both straits, the Bab el-Mandab and the Hormuz Strait, both of these create a reduction in global supply that China is not capable of single-handedly stopping. There is no amount of demand destruction that China is capable of doing that would prevent this from being a catastrophic problem. We still have no solution to it. It's really just a matter of how long China can prop us up. My guess is that China would prefer an outcome where America just slowly falls to pieces than one in which there's a global crash. A global crash would hurt them quite a bit as well. They do rely on global trade, right? I mean, they are the world's manufacturing plant. Their economic, system relies on having wealthier foreign countries to buy the stuff they produce. They want America and the European Union to still be able to trade with them. But yeah, I don't know. Not to mention Ukraine's bombing of Russian refineries is causing problems for the Chinese-Indian supply. Not to mention Trump has announced a 50% tariff on Canada, which would include petroleum products from them. So, Counterpoint, maybe China really can stop the wall from being hit. No, they cannot. It does not matter how much China reduces their demand. Even if China reduced their demand down by 50%, if they stopped consuming 50% of the petroleum they did prior to the Iran war, which is ludicrous. The idea that any country could engage in that kind of rapid demand destruction is impossible. But even if they did, it would not make up for how much is being lost from the global market. They're not the only country consuming oil, exactly. How much of the world's oil does China consume? About 15% of global oil consumption. So if they reduce their demand by half, they would only be making up for about 8% of the global supply. Remember, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz represents about what, 20%? About 20% of the world's oil supply? Thereabouts? The closure of the Bab el-Mandab as well could reduce that number by even further, maybe about 25%, a quarter of the world's crude oil and petroleum production just gone. No amount of demand destruction can prevent that from being an apocalyptic problem. But China has given us more time in their graciousness. The U.S. is getting 63% of its current oil imports from Canada because of the war, and we're about to tariff it. We're about to tariff it. I have some layman math. China can only run this strat for around 1 year. Keep in mind, China's probably not willing to completely eradicate its oil reserves. Remember, no country on Earth is going to be able to replenish their strategic petroleum reserve for a long time. The damage that's been done by this war is going to last for years, even decades. No matter what happens, it's going to be a long time before any country is able to replenish it. And if you think this is the last global threat, the last major crisis that's going to threaten international markets over the next 10 years, you're delusional. China is not going to be willing to draw down their reserves to zero because they will never replenish it. If it's not this war, it'll be the next one. If it's not the next one, it's going to be climate apocalypse. There will always be crises. The period of stability is done, and it's not coming back. I think that China understands this. They're not going to be able to draw down the reserves to zero. Even if they could, their reserves, like ours, have some level of necessary friction. They're also going to reserve some of their oil exclusively for domestic or for military use, just like we do. So, yeah.
As we realize, also bear in mind the Saudis, over the course of about a decade, tried to eliminate...
The Trump tariffs don't include oil? Oh, they don't. Okay. But experts are saying Canada's likely to threaten to cut oil exports because of how absurd a 50% tariff in Canada is. It's basically a declaration of war. Yeah, why are we doing the 50% tariff in Canada again? Why are we doing that? What happened? Did Mark Carney say something mean? What? Oh, the smoke. The smoke! That's right, the smoke. Because Canada's smoke is invading us. Gotcha.
Houthis without success. Many would say it's difficult to try to bomb an organization back into the 14th century when they're already in the 14th century. So the Houthis have had an opportunity to really establish themselves over time.
Will the next period of stability be total technocracy? You will never again live in a period of global stability. The period of global stability was from the end of the Cold War up until, honestly, I would say up until the invasion of Ukraine. I'm not saying there wasn't war during that time. There was plenty of suffering and war, the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, but those wars were mostly contained and did not have the effect of like destroying global trade. Not to say they weren't destabilizing, not to say they weren't bad, blah, blah, blah. It feels like there was a brief window of time where every country on, I shouldn't say every country on Earth, that's just wrong, where a lot of countries had the ability to take like a breath, to replenish their stocks, to prepare. But I think we're done with that. (2014 or 2022 invasion? 2022, because that's what really started to fuck with the global markets. Well, I would say the 2014 invasion was more concentrated on the European market. 2022 has had broader ramifications because it's like involved total war on Russia's part rather than just sanctions on Russia. Sanctions on Russia were somewhat severe after 2014, but the 2022 invasion, it's what led to like an actual broad, especially now that Ukraine's targeting their refineries, you know, destruction of their 2008 also deserves some credit. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm not trying to do this like liberal Fukuyama for a time the world was stable, peaceful thing, because it wasn't, but there was definitely like a range of time during which the world's global economy was relatively unmolested, and we are past that point now. If it's not the Iran war or whatever the fuck Israel is doing, it's going to be nonstop climate catastrophes. Do you know what this El Nino is going to do to the global market? We're talking every single year, trillions of dollars of damage being done, and not just to India. All of us in the West we've been sitting on our butts. Oh, good thing we don't live in India or like Indonesia or something where fucking 1 million people die. Woo, you know, whatever. Like, it's gonna hit all of us. It's going to be enormously disruptive. We will never again know global peace. It's done. It was a limited, globalized neoliberalism was possible only under a very specific set of conditions, and one of those conditions was relatively unmolested sea trade routes. And that is done. It's done. It's not happening again. Not just Canada being tariffed. Preparing to announce 10% tariffs in dozens of countries. Oh, sure. Whatever. Whatever. Why not?
They've been quiet, as you know, over the past 4 or 5 months as a result of epic fury, and their ability to stay in touch with Tehran, which is their primary lifeline for support, has been minimized as well. What this tells you is that they've been hunkering down, they have capacity, and they are now going to reach up and turn up the heat, obviously.
The U.S.'s reign on the world's superpower was honestly pathetic. Listen, America has been the only real modern superpower. Even the Soviet Union was on the back foot relative to us across most of the Cold War in most fields, certainly economically. We have been the avatar of capitalism. In the post-World War II global era of relative peace, we have been like the envoy of capital acquisition all over the world. We have been like capital made manifest. We're an avatar for a particular ideology. But America basically led the world into this place. And it was an era where something new was possible, something that had never been possible before. For the very, very first time in human history, global trade was not only possible, but universally profitable. I don't mean to say every poor country benefited from the IMF, World Bank reforms we pushed them into, but like global trade was so easy that international barriers basically became immaterial. You could move products to supply any supply line, basically to anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter whether you're getting them from this corner of the world or this corner or that corner or this corner. For pennies on the dollar, you can bring them to some manufacturing plant or some distribution facility. Anything in the world can go anywhere. And if you don't even have to be first world to benefit from this. Even third world countries have benefited from this development. But ultimately, it was a paradigm that was dependent on the relative availability of safe sea lanes and cheap fuel. You understand? It was unprecedented in human history. Unprecedented. Never before has this been possible. The technology just wasn't there. But all of a sudden, with modern shipping, with planes, with relatively cheap and accessible transportation of goods and freight, we can now move shit anywhere. But we needed cheap fuel. We needed safe sea lanes. All it takes is the Houthis. All it takes is Iran. Do you know what the invention of drone warfare is going to do to sea lanes? You realize that any marginally powerful insurgent group along a coastline is now capable of holding up trillions of dollars in trade? We're not even talking the Bab el-Mandab Strait or the Suez Canal or the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking literally any time a reasonably powerful insurgent group along the coast, they just have to be within a few hundred miles of a sea lane. They can now threaten trillions of dollars of trade. Do you know what climate change is going to do to global trade? What do you think is going to happen to the insurance costs associated with running these tankers when it becomes possible for like any fucking... You know how little a fucking Shahid drone costs? Ukraine is building one-way suicide drones that could potentially damage or even sink a tanker for money that you make working at a minimum wage job for a couple weeks. You can literally, for like nothing, you can produce technology capable of disrupting global trade. This is completely unprecedented. Even a decade ago, it wouldn't be possible. You needed missiles or a boat and a crew. And even then, a boat and a crew can be pretty easily stopped by some security on the boat. You needed like to do like a Somali pirate, I'm the captain now thing. You needed to really commit to the bit. But now you need a fucking hacked PS2 controller and a drone and a little like video monitor. The world is getting more insular and scarier by the day. Every day, every year, it's going to be like this now. The era of stability is done. It's over. It's not coming back. Our age of bronze is ending. So basically, we need renewable energy to have any peace again. I don't think those sea lanes are coming back open, buddy. I don't think it's happening.
The concern truly is, do they have the capacity to do that? Can the Houthis close the Bab el-Mandeb? Well, they've done it in the past, but it's been opened again because of the efforts of the United States, not with a lot of help from other allied partners. But there's an incentive for the Saudis certainly to be involved because the Saudis, have created a pipeline infrastructure, as you know, from the Gulf over to the Red Sea. This is the oil that's being pumped out. So that attempt to create an alternative. And
God, look at that. Look at how much look at how fucking tenuous this situation has been this entire time.
Some resiliency and redundancy is now going to be threatened pretty significantly. So the U.S. has a presence. The Saudis have a capability. What is going to be done that's going to detract from epic fury if in case, if we are now on the front edge of a new engagement with Iran? Will that alter that type of an attack profile? Those are the key issues that need to be.
Is this all solely Trump's fault or the larger movements in politics, economics? Unironically, it's liberalism. Liberalism has, in the erosion of its democratic priorities in favor of its capitalistic priorities, has created a situation where the decision-making of our leaders is totally divorced from like long-term real-world ideological goals. We have stopped promoting international liberalism over the course of the Cold War. We were propping up fascist dictatorships. We literally fucking armed the Mujahideen, man. We were destabilizing the world in an effort to win an ideological battle with a country that, let's be real here, the Soviets weren't communist. They weren't even that different from us, really. They were just another way of they just had another method of stripping power from the proletariat, okay? They were politically and ideologically better than us, but in practice, at the end of the day, you're dealing with the cards here, okay? It all leads down the same fucking road. We've done so much damage to the world, and all of it is because at the end of the day, like, our leaders have had masters to answer to. I'm speaking too generally, I think. I'm speaking too generally. Would this still happen if only Democratic liberals got elected president, no Republicans? We just watched an hour-long interview between Crystal Ball and a 16-time incumbent Democratic liberal and a member of the Progressive Caucus who was defending Israel's existence as an ethno-state and their right to deprive Arabs within Israel of the right to vote. So yeah, I'm going to say yeah. That's because at the end of the day, none of these people are actually ideologically liberal. There are no ideological liberals. It's over. The liberalism has failed to answer to the needs of the people who are supposed to believe in it. Omnisegment? No, Omnisegment's about financialization. I guess it's not really that liberalism has failed, I guess. It's more like it's never been tried. At least 8 oil tankers have aborted transit through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait following the Houthi naval blockade against Saudi Arabia. Jesus fuck, 8 oil tankers? Three tankers loaded with Saudi crude bound for China, 1 for India. They're even going after ones heading for China. Jesus Christ. All it takes is one of these tankers getting blown up to turn the entire fucking Bab al-Mandeb Strait into a fireworks show. I mean, the oil pouring out. Oh, the difference is America can glass Houthis, the world won't care. Yeah, the problem is, like, Biden tried, right? Operation Market Garden or Market Guardian or whatever the fuck. Didn't work. We're not really good at fighting insurgencies. Why doesn't our Navy do something about the Houthis? We tried! Operation Olive Garden. We sent fucking carrier groups down there. It didn't do anything. It's going to get real bad. I think at this point, I'm just full accelerationist. I want everyone to know, no matter what I say about the Democratic Party, the root of my criticism has always been that they are not liberal. I wish I lived in a world where I could criticize the Democrats for not being socialist, but we're a long ways off from that. It's that they're not liberal. We do not live in a liberal society. Our political system and our economic system are not meaningfully liberal. It's like, that's it. At the end of the day, that's it. If the Democrats were merely liberals, if they just held up to the ideology that they were supposed to be representing, they would be an unimaginable, so much farther ahead, morally, politically, than the Democratic Party we're dealing with right now. It would be a huge upgrade. Unbelievable buff. Conservative versus more conservative. It's not even conservative. Conservatism isn't even the issue here, ultimately. It's just, I'm sorry, I know it's boring, it's capitalism. It's just that capitalism, which in the traditional sense is meant to be about markets, but has obviously become a kind of like omnipresent, overwhelming political force as well, right? Like, you know, critiquing capitalism with respect to like the allocation of resources and efficient distribution of wealth in a free market is one thing, right? And there are problems there as well. But what we're really dealing with here is that in a capitalist system where you can buy power, if you create a system which like 5 people have enough power to buy up all the airwaves, the incentive structures they align with are going to be completely divorced from reality, not just from the will of the people, but reality itself. Elon Musk isn't just anti-worker, he's anti-reality. He's just stupid. Like, it's not like it's not like the oligarchs are cynically manufacturing a set of global conditions that benefit them. They're ending the world we all share. There's no Mars to run to. That was always Cope. It's not just that they're anti-us. They're anti-everything and everyone. I'm sorry. These are all such broad. Yeah, sorry. Houthis shut down the Bab El Mandeb Strait. The age of global trade is ending. We have an interview in 30 minutes. We can do more politics before then. Wealth has always bought power. Yes, but back in the Middle Ages, again, I'm speaking so generally, typically under hereditary monarchies, it doesn't matter how much money a peasant has, they remain a peasant. The world's wealthiest merchant could still be limited by law and even in trade by a hereditary monarchy. There was no amount of money that you could have that would, on its own, allow you to politically overwhelm the influence of the hereditary monarchy. And if you tried too hard, they would just have you killed. Obviously, wealth still bought you a lot of influence back then, but there was a different incentive structure. And it's worth remembering that there was a massive difference between aristocracies that manage the interests of the aristocracies and aristocracies that manage the interests of nobody. You know what I mean? Like, there is a real and definite line between historical governments that have been autocratic but ultimately serve the interests of that autocracy versus governments where the leaders just completely lost their minds and started doing stuff that made no sense for nobody. There is a difference. If you had to live under a monarchy, you would rather live under one where the monarch set into motion a slate of policies that benefited the monarchy and thus society at large downstream of the monarchy's stability than ones that became so insular they stopped responding to the needs of any people. A monarchy is nothing without their subjects. An aristocracy is nothing without the peasantry. A well-managed authoritarian government is objectively better than a poorly managed authoritarian government. In my opinion. So where do we go from here? Well, not to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, I'll tell you that much, buddy. If you're going somewhere, it's not going to be there. I would stay away from the Suez for a little while before they pop your white ass for trying. I have a cruise scheduled, though. Yes, the classic Northern Line super cruise. Strait of Hormuz destination. At least God is backing us up. An earthquake has struck the city of Kermanshah in western Iran. Great, great, great. Excuse me. Kuwait is rationing its electricity after continued bombing from Iran. Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, everything everywhere. U.S. Air Force KC-135T tanker is squawking emergency code 7700 after operating over the Persian Gulf. Huh. What do you think about Kim Jong-un in tears apology? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're referring to. If you, let me stake out a position on this. If you are asking me if Kim Jong-un is a better steward of his people than our leaders are of us, then the answer is right now, no, eventually, yes. There is no amount of brutality Kim Jong-un can do to his people that will rival the death caused by global climate change. That's not really an argument in favor of him, though. If he had global hegemony on his side, he probably would have run the world into the ground faster than our leaders did. So it's not really an ideological defense of like, Juche economics or the absolute divine monarchy that he leads. I guess we should just aspire to better examples. Ideally, a little bit. If you know what I mean. Nicaragua's president says no more elections, extending his 20-year rule. Yeah, why not? Ken Paxton ends a press conference because people are asking him why he's a pedophile or whatever.
General, I wanted to give you a chance to respond to State Representative Talarico and his campaign. They've made a lot about the reports that have come out one in the New York Times about you acquiring properties worth $9 million.
Jack, can we keep this to law enforcement?
I do maintain, though, and I apologize for kind of like being a bit of a stereotype on this, but I really do think capitalism has the potential to produce undemocratic outcomes worse than any other authoritarian government, purely for the reason that capitalism doesn't have a cap on the power you can accrue. If you are Kim Jong-un, you are at the top of North Korea. If you're a monarch, you are at the head of the monarchy. Your power is limited by the finite nature of your human governance. But under capitalism, the number can always go up. Your power is pretty directly proportional to the wealth that you have, the property you own, your assets, your resources. It's not divinely ordained. Elon Musk can always be wealthier. Kim Jong-un can't be any more the leader of North Korea. I think that logic, that appeal towards infinite growth, is potentially much more destructive in the long run. He can technically make North Korea larger. True, but that he still remains as much the leader of North Korea. The mechanism by which you determine a person's hierarchy in capitalism is unbound on the upper end, whereas in other systems traditionally it is not. You are only ever the monarch, the leader, the emperor, the pharaoh, whereas under capitalism, like, there is always a drive to consume and to acquire and to consolidate, completely untethered to reality. There's no material reason for a person to want or need to be a trillionaire, no more so than there is for them to want or need to be a billionaire. There's no rational explanation for this allocation of wealth. If you imagined it as a physical commodity rather than abstract wealth, like how many bananas a monkey accumulates, there's no reason why a monkey would want 1 trillion bananas over 1 billion except mental illness. You would say there was something wrong with the monkey. Why would a monkey, what process biologically, what Darwinian incentive mechanism is driving one to own 1 trillion bananas when you couldn't eat 1 billion or 1 million or even 1,000? It's just a fault in the brain. Capitalism isn't a natural system. We constructed it, and we constructed it with no upper bound. We've created priorities that are materially unachievable. Whereas being a king is achievable, being an emperor is achievable. There's an endpoint. You can sit back on your throne and look and survey your lands and feel contented that you've reached the top. Of course, there have been leaders who have continued to acquire more and more after becoming, their nation's like highest official. Usually these are the people that bring down empires, right? Like people who are not satisfied merely with being king or pope or emperor or whatever else, the ones that continue to war and consolidate, typically this is what leads to burnout. This is what leads to like a flash in the pan, expansionary process followed by corruption, decadence, and so on and so forth. You take a stable system and then you introduce instability due to a person's overambition. The problem is that capitalism doesn't even need an ambitious leader. I don't think being a capitalist necessarily makes you ambitious. I don't think Elon is ambitious. He spends all of his day whining on Twitter about how like the Odyssey is botting their fucking ticket numbers or something. I don't think he's particularly ambitious. I think it's a process that compels from people the outcome that would in another era require ambition. You can be lazy and be a billionaire or a trillionaire. It's basically just like, speculative investment, real estate, sitting on your properties, leveraging your assets to create debt. It's not really like you're not doing anything, right? It's basically just the money men you hire moving your assets around, and it just grows naturally. Every billionaire now is wealthier than they were 10 years ago. Like the total wealth at the upper end has just exploded in the past 10 years. Why? Because they're ambitious? No, I just think it's designed that way. This incentive structure ultimately, I think, is more destructive than any other form of authoritarianism. It's totally unbound. It's unconstrained. It's meaningless. I don't know. I'm just rambling. I'm rambling right now. Totally illiberal. Totally illiberal. The energy department is insane. So this would be an example of something that I think could only be said under, well, hold on. I want to moderate my language a little bit. Not something that could only be said under capitalism, but this is the kind of irrational behavior that I think is incentivized by a total deference to capital with no respect for reality whatsoever. New U.S. Energy Department says oil reserve can run far lower than the industry assumed. This is unbelievably dangerous. No, it cannot. The expected constraints on the limits of our oil reserve are very well established and have already been tested multiple times over the past couple decades. They're playing chicken with God. Exactly. That's a phenomenal way of putting it. There is absolutely no reason to do or say this if you're even remotely interested in the preservation of the American empire. You are risking genuine collapse that will benefit no one, including yourselves. But the reason they're doing this is because they don't want to put any constraints whatsoever on capital. They don't want to do anything, demand destruction, rationing. They don't want to do anything to manage our consumption of petroleum products. They don't want to do anything to admit that Trump has lost. They are bound by a set of irrational expectations that are causing them to do things that hurt them. This is, in the long run, more dangerous than a authentically self-interested authoritarian. The true operational minimum set by quote-unquote cavern mechanics is roughly 70 million barrels. We will never reach 70 million barrels. The caves will collapse by then. 70 million barrels. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, we can actually draw it down to negative levels. Everything's fake. Everything's a speculative investment. Who cares? You can just create more money, right? Oil is like money. No. I'm losing my mind. It's sweaty in here. It's sweaty. It's sweaty and I'm warm. What do you think was the specialty of using Trump as the face of this? Trump is a gift to the capital class because everything that's about to happen to the planet can be blamed on his narcissism rather than the inevitable, inexorable logic of the system that propped him up. This all would have happened with Democrats at the head. Make no mistake. And it is not because they are liberals, but because they are not. Fuck, we have 15 minutes. What's in the titles? We have time for one more segment before the interview. We have time. What's the thing? I'm losing my mind over here. The fucking Cuba thing, man. Jesus Christ. The fucking Cuba thing. Do I want to talk about the Cuba thing right now? No, what? I want to learn more about the tariffs. Okay, so Trump is threatening to put 10% tariffs on dozens of countries, but also Trump is saying that we're going to tariff Canada because they're invading us with wildfire smoke, right?
Mr. President, tariffs last night, the Canada tariffs. One, are those a response to the wildfires in?
No, that's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what, is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
Is there anything
tariffs, you increased the tariffs on Canada yesterday. Can you say if you still expect to impose tariffs on the wildfire problem? And can you say when you might impose 301?
A lot of damage has been done. They're not managing their forests properly, and the wind has a
Okay, so it is about the fires.
tendency to blow right over New York City, right over, you saw Detroit, they had to close the whole place. Michigan was really affected. They had to close businesses for 4 days. It's very serious what they're doing, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If they managed their forests, they wouldn't have the fires.
Okay, are we actually doing this? CBC is saying that we're hitting Canada with these tariffs. Is this actually happening? I don't know what's happening.
I was one of the reporters on a phone call with a senior Trump administration official getting all the details about these new tariffs about to hit Canada. Wine, beer, wood products, cement, even hockey sticks are among the goods that are going to be hit by this new 50% tariff that kicks in 30 days from now. All of the products listed by the White House, there are going to be no CUSMA-related tariff exemptions. There are some key industries, though, that will not be hit, including the energy energy sector. The White House has raised 3 sore points. One, they're angry about the provinces banning alcohol. They're also angry about Canadian actions in the auto sector, and they're mad about Canadian protections for the dairy industry. The Trump administration views these policies as discriminatory and unfair. This is happening at a moment of great uncertainty in the Canada-U.S. relationship and is going to make things worse. And that's because Canada...
I understand Dems would lead us down this path, but can you really say they would have hit the gas as hard? I think that, so an important part to me of socialist critique or of sort of the material dialectic as an analytical framework is understanding that great man theory by and large is bullshit. For the most part, people respond in predictable ways to environmental and material circumstances. For example, there have been some good monarchs in history. There have been monarchs that have been wise and relatively benevolent, and there have been monarchs who have been fucking lunatics. The important thing to recognize is that the variable here, really for the most part, is just people can be different. Like, there are good and bad people, therefore there would be good and bad monarchs. It is the monarchy itself that is the issue, right? Like, the problems in a bad monarchy are exacerbated, not alleviated, by the fact that it's a monarchy, whereas there are limits to what good a monarch can do through a monarchy, right? It is the framework, it is the system that matters. The people are predictably influenced by the framework of the system. Likewise, men who might have been good as democratic representatives have been made monsters by authoritarianism. You know, it's the incentive structures present. It's just an incentives-based approach to analysis. The problem is that, like, Trump might be an egregious fucking president on so many levels, in so many ways, but, like, we were always headed this way. How quickly we would have arrived at this point, I don't know. Like, Louis XIV was pretty bad, right? Do you think if we'd made it past Louis XIV, if he had been more manageable, if he had been less unreasonable, do you think maybe we would have gone to a 15th or a 16th? Would it matter? In the long arc of history, I feel like these questions are less important than to what extent was Louis XIV created by the monarchy? You know, to what extent was his reign and its consequences a product of the system he was born into? Might he have been good? Sure, possibly. Oh, wait, am I thinking of the 16th, not the 14th? I'm sorry, I was thinking of the 16th, not the 14th. If you think about it, 16 and 14 are both, like, they start with 1 and they're, you know, even numbers, so they're pretty similar, I'd say. I'd say that 14 is maybe the number most similar to 16, with the possible exception of 18. But they're all in the ballpark. Now, 15 and 13 are totally different, of course, because they're odd. What was the point that I was making? I'm sorry, the point that I'm trying to make here is that I think that Trump's eccentricities make him an excellent scapegoat. I think that Trump's eccentricities make him a really easy, ludicrous figure to point at, so people in the future can blame him. But I think that when we do that, we are making the same mistake that people to our right do when they deliberately strawman the left. Or to put it another way, we're pointing at Trump and saying, he's the reason this fell apart, the same way like a Democrat like Adam Smith might point at like a crazy Twitter lefty and go, they're the reason this fell apart. Or why Republicans pointed at some of the more like aggressive, unreasonable Black Lives Matter protesters. You know what I mean? You want to make it out to be like, well, this one crazy example is the problem, but it's really like the incentives that lead to those people, you know? Absent those incentives, would those people have been as prominent? Would those people have been politically relevant at all? Would we even be talking about these people? Likely not. I doubt we'd be talking about Louis XVI if it wasn't for the French monarchy, right? Would he have been notable as a peasant or as a common man? Probably not. Sorry. I don't think Trump would have become what Trump was if it wasn't for capitalism, obviously. Like, capital made him and put him where he was. But if we had even a more well-managed, more well-regulated, liberal capitalist country, if our political system wasn't so hopelessly bought out by capital, do any of you honestly think he would have won? Do you really think that a pedophile, rapist, serial bankrupting, like low IQ, openly corrupt New York real estate guy would have, with his candor, with his behavior, really been able to win? I'm not saying that rich fucks haven't won before. Of course they have. But do you think he would have in a more well-managed system? My argument is no. So again, I think he's an excellent scapegoat. I don't think that he describes the problem. I think that we've been headed down this path for a long time. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again.
President Trump reigniting the trade war with Canada. I guess it's been ignited, igniting further the trade war with Canada. 50% tariffs on certain Canadian goods.
So the point, as I understand you, is that power and capital accumulation creates a superstructure that unravels our whole society. At the end of the day, it's about incentives. The people in charge of society, the people with the power to make decisions, need to have incentives that align them with the interests of, ideally, the population, but failing that, reality. The people in charge need to be beholden to reality. This is historically one of the reasons why divine hereditary monarchies are a really bad system of government, because you're basically telling these rich fucks that God chose them and no one else can lead, only them. Obviously, this is going to produce people who are out of touch with reality. Oftentimes, it wasn't the kings themselves that ruled, it was the aristocrats underneath them who actually had to, like, manage the kingdom, you know, who would sort of, like, politically maneuver around the monarch. The monarch was often delusional, narcissistic, and self-centered, but they had to be worked around to produce good outcomes, because the king rarely did the direct management that would lead them to understand what was necessary for their kingdom to thrive. I'm speaking very, very generally. I understand there have been good, well-managing kings or whatever, like Queen Victoria was very directly involved. I understand I'm painting with very broad strokes here, but this is, like, generally speaking, my way of expressing the underlying point, which is that you need leadership. You need government that understands what is going on in the world and does its best to accommodate that reality. And I think that capitalism is over time eroding the systems that align the interests of our leaders with the interests of the people and reality. That's it. That's why I say it's illiberal. It's not the people, it's the proletariat. Well, the proletariat didn't exist back in the medieval days, right? Like, the proletariat is a modern distinction. The bourgeois proletariat distinction is a contemporary, you know, capitalist one. I'm speaking broadly, like, in a, like, even back with the pharaohs, right? Like, you would want a pharaoh that understands what's going on in the world. To boil it down to, like, the simplest possible point, right? There's a massive difference between a pharaoh that understands whether or not their people are being fed and like the trade and tariff policies they employ in response to that information. That is to say, if there was a pharaoh who was very cruel but understood well the trade routes that supplied their empire with food, they could respond to that knowledge and, at the very least, in spite of their cruelty, make sure the people are being fed. A good pharaoh wants their people to be fed. You don't benefit from everyone starving to death, then you have no one to boss around. You want people to be well fed. So if you are aware of what's going on in the world, if you are familiar with the incentive structures, if you know what you need to do to produce good outcomes, you can do it, even if you're an authoritarian. But many pharaohs, I'm assuming, I don't know much about ancient Egypt, probably were fucking delusional. They were like, oh, I'm the child of Ra, I'm literally a sun god made manifest, why should I need to know about boring trade policy? And then they do some stupid shit like fucking tariff grain imports or whatever else, you know? I don't know. Again, the specifics of the historical lesson here are less important to me than the underlying point, which is that, like, the incentive structure has to align with reality. You understand what I'm talking about?
People, how big a deal this is.
This is a surprisingly big deal, actually. And it's fitting this as part of your series on the cost of living crisis, because it just got a little bit harder for everyone. And by the way, I really do want to compliment you on the important work that you're doing there. Look, let me explain the background. The president has been batting around Canada like a cat who's just found a mouse. He's been doing it for years now. He came to power when NAFTA was the trade agreement that had originally been negotiated by Clinton. He tore that up. He renegotiated it. He then came to power a second time. He tore it up. He renegotiated. In fact,
fascinating stuff. I'm sorry, my mind is all over the place right now. All over the place. Trump to allow direct U.S. flights to Lebanon? Wait, what? Why would we be allowing direct flights to Lebanon right now? They're getting bombed. Why? What? Why? I don't know. I don't know. My mind's all over the place right now. It's crazy, crazy shit. Okay. Disappointing but unsurprising. Oh, right. Andy Burnham's been sworn in as Prime Minister. Approved the use of British military bases for the select U.S. strike. Not surprising. He's also a Zionist slave. Or whatever you prefer, an agent of capital, literally like Labor Friends of Israel, part of the group that undermined Corbyn's rule and deliberately spread lies about anti-Semitism within the party because they would rather the Tories win than Corbyn lead the Labor Party. Yeah, no, dead country, etc., etc. There is only one meaningful metric for a person's political viability in the year of our Lord 2026 and their ability to pull us out of this wretch, and it's, are they an ally of capital, are they not? That is it. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what a person believes, how progressive they are or are not, though there's certainly a correlation between progressivism and being anti-capital. Deference to capital is the one great indicator, no matter what, that you will do nothing to pull us out of the death spiral. Of course, Andy Burnham, who is a loyal slave to capital, would not do anything to change that fact. He said first play of visit as PM is Israel. That's the first thing that came out of his mouth. Really? Was that really the first thing he said? Annie Burnham, Israel. Did he really? Yeah. Oh, you mean from a month ago? I thought you meant he said this in his in his speech, his acceptance speech. Yes, he did say Israel would be his first overseas visit as UK PM if elected. Remember, it has nothing to do with Israel itself or Judaism, and has everything to do with absolute deference to capital, which is why Zionists in America and the United Kingdom have only ever advocated for the removal of our civil rights and our liberties, rather than their expansion. Even though historically Jews have been some of the best beneficiaries of progressive political policies, like, obviously, right? Jews historically have been a targeted minority. Progressive political policies benefit them disproportionately because they're a minority group. Zionism is only ever invoked in the name of restricting people's rights. There are no Zionist politicians who are using Zionism as a tool to advocate for an expansion of your civil liberties. Only the opposite. It will only ever be used to censor you, to put you in court for libel or slander, to rob you of your job and education. There are no exceptions to this. Zionism is not and cannot be a liberatory force. You seem upset today. Have I said anything incorrect in the past 60 seconds? Multiple B-1 Lancer heavy bombers departed the UK a short while ago as Trump threatened strikes in Iran's fortified Pickaxe Mountain. Phenomenal. Wonderful. Why is capital so focused / intertwined with Israel? Because the MIC? Partly because of the MIC, but also because capital needed a human face. Jews are a unique group in the sense that you can appeal to their defense from both sides. If you are right-wing, you defend Israel because you're an evangelical, because you're fighting against the Muslims. But if you're left-wing, you can defend the purported needs of Jewish people, as if Jewish people benefit from an ongoing slaughter in the Middle East. You can defend them from a progressive perspective because they're a marginalized minority. That is the point. The point is that Jewish people are a wedge. They are a group you can defend from both angles, therefore giving capital a human face that appeals to everyone. The billionaires would not have gotten this far if every time they defended their interest, they had to advocate for it publicly and straight-facedly. Peter Thiel literally said tech as an alternative to politics. Rather than convincing people that you're in the right, you use tech to suppress them and get what you want anyway. They don't actually care about Jewish people, of course. It's going to lead to immeasurable harm to the Jewish community, has already, will continue to, but they don't care. Okay, I have an interview in literally 1 minute. I'm going to go pee with that 1 minute. Then I'll jump in. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's sweaty in here. How undignified of me interviewing a congressional candidate while sweaty. Oh, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I am manic today, man. Jesus Christ. Did I accidentally double up on Adderall?
Add in between, so that way it would obscure the fact that we were talking about Israel nicely.
Vosh,
are you telling me that you can't trust Fox News?
Yeah.
Many people are saying this.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Hello, Vosh.
Hello.
Vosh.
I made it on time, I think. How are you doing?
We did everything right, and Fox News still got mad at us. Can you believe it?
What is Fox News mad about?
They got mad about the fact that we don't like ethno-states.
They're mad at Kyle Kulinski and at PV for his statements at Choose Your Fighter, and they're attacking me in the article.
Kyle Kulinski, Choose Your Fighter. Didn't that happen months ago? I don't remember.
It did. They're reporting it like, oh my God, this exclusive thing that we broadcasted publicly.
Gotcha.
This secret progressive call.
I, of course, had nothing to do with this. Oh, I see. America bashed as disgusting fascist regime during progressive call with Abdul Al-Sayed, Cori Bush, Hassan Piker. I was there too. Progressive victory event. You're getting real notoriety in the scene. Hold on. Let's not be rude to our guest. Hello, Jared. How you doing?
All right, we'll get out of here.
Get out of here.
See you later.
Howdy.
Hey, how you doing, man?
In spite of the news, I think I'm doing okay. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the news lately. It's not good out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do keep up pretty heavily with the news.
I guess it would be in your field. Yeah, please introduce yourself to the fine people here who are unfamiliar with your ongoing effort to turn Ohio into a civilized first world state.
My name is Jared Christian. I'm running for U.S. Congress for Ohio's 12th District.
Thank you for introducing yourself. Yeah, you ran in 2024 as well. Like this is like a rematch shot for you, right? It's like a Rocky 2 deal. You're coming back to fight for the title.
Yeah, that's a good one because he won in part 2.
He did, famously. Though I would argue the first movie is better. So I mean, we're not trying to win to establish the artistic credibility of your race as narrativized. We actually do want to win in Ohio 12. How has that been going, the race?
The only descriptor that I can accurately use is busy. As a non-millionaire, I work full time. I have a family, and every waking moment not spent on those two things is out of my house, somewhere doing a thing.
Yeah, I imagine you have your work cut out for you as well in Ohio 12. I'm sure you're familiar because it's kind of hard to miss, but people online have taken to invoking Ohio in all kinds of wacky ways, like only in Ohio. You're familiar, I assume, with the broader reputation your state has?
I am very familiar, yes. So Ohio.
Yeah, it's. I mean, do you feel this reputation is earned? Like you're fighting uphill in Ohio 12. Tell me about Ohio from an Ohioan's perspective?
I mean, I can't speak for all of Ohio, but the regions I've lived in throughout my life, they're largely really community oriented, which is a surprise when you think about the people that have been running it. The smaller regions are filled with good people. We have been gerrymandered to death. We've been run by Republicans for about 30 years at least, with a super majority over the last 15. But we are, in fact, I think the last election was like 45-55.
Mm-hmm.
But we are not represented in a meaningful way on the global stage.
No, you really aren't. I mean, I remember, and it's certainly not thought of this way now, but I think I remember people treating Ohio like a purple state back when I was younger. But Republicans have so ruthlessly gerrymandered it, like with Texas, right? Like for a while, Texas was just a kind of borderline 50-50. I mean, it was like on the cusp of being a purple state. It was really close. And now under Abbott, of course, the whole state has been sort of run into the red side via gerrymandering.
Well, in Ohio, elected Obama both times. So.
Yeah, it's recent. It wasn't that far off. 2012. There was, I don't know. I mean, 2 or 3 years ago, it must have been. At this point, what do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think changed? Like, how could Obama win there twice, but now this is like Trump sweeps?
Realistically, I would say it's probably because of the national climate. People are angry people feel like they haven't had a voice in our government for a very long time. And I think that when sorry, I got distracted by the chat.
No worries. Oh, many such cases. Happens to me all the time, happening to me right now.
Sure. I think that, when it comes to Trump, I think that he reflects people's anger back at them, right? Yeah, I think that he holds up in the best way a mirror toward the way people feel. His presidency is a product of how our government has been failing us for generations now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Ohio just kind of fell into that. I think that most people are still good. They just they see the world in a specific way. They see somebody else that's angry like they're angry, and they're like, yeah, I want to be on that team. Maybe he'll fix something. So
it does feel to me like Obama was the last time a Democratic candidate has successfully convinced the country that they were standing for meaningful change in the country. You know, yeah. I know a lot of it ended up being ephemeral under Obama, but I do remember, and I'm young. I mean, I'm 32, so I was old enough to remember like the energy when Obama was elected, certainly the first time, to a lesser extent the second time, but people really did think that we were on the cusp of some kind of transformational change, right? A real move away from the Bush era, the Iraq and Afghanistan war, a 2008 financial crisis, right? And all the banking deregulation that led up to it. Not much has really changed since then. I mean, it's been, nearly 20 years since Obama first won. It kind of feels like we're in the same or worse country.
I absolutely agree with that. I think that one of the biggest problems, one of the largest causes of that is you can change the president, right? But he gets a lot more credit than they deserve for being able to form national policy. They may be able to sway the markets with a tweet nowadays, but the fact is that U.S. Congress is responsible for the legislation that creates universal health care if they wanted it. They're responsible for the things that, bring manufacturing back to the US if they wanted it. And they're just not taking that responsibility seriously because they're just falling in line behind whatever donor or oligarch tells them what to think or what to say or what to do. And right now, with the populist president in office, they're falling in line behind that bullshit.
It does
meaningful change at a congressional level.
It does feel like the president has incredible leeway when it comes to manipulating financial markets, and absolutely none whatsoever when it comes to manipulating like the kitchen table economics that people have to deal with in their day to day. Like he can, you can sway trillions in investment overnight, essentially, with a Truth Social post, but you can't do a goddamn thing to make groceries cheaper. It's remarkable how little power they have where it counts.
Well, and it's remarkable how little they use the power they do have to do something meaningful for people. Breaking up monopolies, for instance. I mean, they do have control over large swaths of the secretaries of whatever, and they could say, hey, we need you to go in and investigate agricultural markets for monopolies. We need you to go in and change that, break it apart so that farmers can make a profit and that groceries get cheaper, but they don't.
No, they don't really seem to do anything anymore, do they? You think you'd be able to do something you got into Congress?
Well, you know what? I'd sure as shit try. And it's going to take a hell of a lot of work because there are 434 other people in there that I would have to argue with on a regular basis. We would have to, the biggest worry for me, generally speaking, when Democrats take back the House and the Senate and even the presidency, is that they're going to get in there and do fuck all to make things better. And then they're going to lose again. And we're just going to repeat this cycle for the rest of my life until my dying breath. And we're going to have made no meaningful change. And that is not who I am as a person. And I'm not going to just sit back and let that shit happen.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of feel like people are really running out on their last breaths, especially Democratic voters, when it comes to their hope that things are actually going to get better. Like Obama represented at least the promise of transformational change, which I think a lot of people would consider an unmet promise or an unfulfilled promise. And now, obviously, Republicans are having their moment with Trump. And is Trump changing things? Yes, obviously for the worse. But even then, like like you say with Congress, right? Trump can govern from his Truth Social account and he can sign a bunch of executive orders, but the underlying structure of the country is ultimately a legislative structure, and it's mostly, I mean, what does Congress do? They sign they re-up the budget every year, and I guess we pitch weapons to Israel. That seems to be the only thing Congress is capable of doing these days.
They actually do spend a lot of time changing the names of post offices.
That's true. We should give them more credit for the work they've done.
That's true.
Why do you think your would-be colleagues, you get into Congress, right? You work with the Democrats. Why do you think they've sort of abandoned their legislative responsibilities so much? I mean, what's keeping them from putting more work in?
I would put forward the idea that perhaps they're bought, that maybe they need to get off that billionaire teat and start caring about their neighbors more than they care about their own bank accounts.
Do you think so? I mean, I agree with you. It's just like, it feels like an easy criticism to make from the outside. I think that everyone, you know, when they're running, it's like, well, I'm going to be different. And then you get in there and it's like, okay, it's not that they're being given briefcase full of cash in a smoky room or anything like that. It's that there's this million little pressures, every business and lobbyist and consultant, and all the wisdom you get when you go in there, right? Well, you're day one to the job, you know, we'll got to show you how things work. And slowly but surely, every principled position that you have just gets ground away. You know what I mean?
I do. And I think that on top of that, as an issue, it's an issue of access. Most people in Congress, they don't talk to their constituents on a regular basis. And the people that have access to them, they say, oh, everything's working out. This way would make it better. This way would make it better. This way would make it better. And ultimately the answer becomes, well, I've only heard that this is the position that works. I don't hear from the people on the ground anymore. So that access doesn't necessarily corrupt them, but it makes them unable to picture themselves back in the life that they once knew, that the people on the ground are experiencing all the time.
Yeah, it's the feeling I get, like they've kind of given up on even trying to look human. You know what I mean, human, right? I look at your Twitter feed, you're meeting people, you're talking to people, you swear, which I like because people swear, you know? I think that there's a moral sort of virtue in there being a cultural synchronicity between politicians and the people they represent. I consider that to be part of it, right? You know, but and then I take a look at your opponent, Troy Balderson, and it's like there's like nothing here. Like there's no real social media presence. You're meeting some corpos, you see people in suits, and you look at this and it's depressing because they get voted in, right? But like, I don't think they're not really like communicating an interest in coming across like an ordinary person anymore. It's like once you're in there, you can give up. You can just kick your feet up on the table, you know?
That's absolutely right. And I think that a lot of them have given up. And I'll be honest, I think that one of the biggest problems that we have is the inefficiencies in our system itself. Our system has been broken forever. And it takes arguing with 99 other people in the Senate or 434 other people in the House to try to get across any sort of meaningful legislation. And all of these competing ideas and ideals are at your feet while you're working toward a goal that betters the lives of the people of this country.
No, 100%. You know, there are people who have been in Congress for a long time that I think still have that fire in them. The classic example is Bernie Sanders, right? I love Bernie. And he's always come across like a really human guy, really personable, you know, clearly talks to a lot of working class people in the day to day. Like you never get the impression he just spends all of his free time out there in consultancy meetings or whatever, talking to lobbyists. I mean, he's likable. He's very likable. He's one of the most popular politicians in the country, even though he's, you know, like 100 years old. No, I completely get that. So tell me, all right, as a native Ohioan, right, as a resident of your proud state, what do you think your top priority is? You know, you get into office, say you win. What do you do? What helps the most?
Money out of politics, ending the ability of billionaires to buy our elected officials through donations to their campaign and otherwise. I think that's probably the most meaningful movement we can have. Right.
Why? Because that would make re-election easier? You advocating for your own self-interest there?
No, I think that right now, with the access that money gives people to advertisements and things like that, the regular folks out in the world, like you and me, we don't have like necessarily time to look into a candidate. So the people that we see the most on the TV are the ones that we might walk in there and vote for. The spread of misinformation and disinformation has been incredibly detrimental to the people of this country, to the world. And certainly it's not because it will help me get reelected. I never imagined that I would be in a position running for U.S. Congress. I'm a software engineer now by trade, and I am perfectly happy just sitting in an office looking at a screen. But that is not the world I inherited, so it's not what I have to do.
It does kind of feel like a world without corporate interference in politics would be a world where Troy Balderson couldn't win.
That's true.
You know, the Ohio 12th, like we're talking about, you know, past a point, they just give up on trying to appear human, right? It's name recognition. I feel like this didn't used to be so much of a problem. Obviously, Citizens United exacerbated the problem considerably, but I feel like there was a much greater emphasis on like the politics of adjacency, of community involvement. You go back 50 or 60 or 70 years or whatever, and you know, you see. It's just one of my, I guess, like a little tidbit of history I've noticed. There were a lot of like local charismatic campaigners, like city councilmen, sometimes mayors, you know, people, they look at Mamdani now and he's exceptional, right, in the context of contemporary politics. But I feel like a lot of people running for office used to be like that. They show up at events. They're members of the community. They're out there. They're walking the street. You see them because back in those days, you couldn't just rely on $50 billion in TV ads selling your face to everyone in your district, you know?
That's exactly right. And I would add to that fireside chats and how far things have gone since then. Yeah.
No, but what? Absolutely. And I mean, now it's crazy because it's not even high effort, right? It's literally just you talking to a mic for 5 minutes. But even this, because we know that if we got like 5 minutes of unfiltered top-down chat from the average member of Congress, you know, they would sound like a psychopath. I'm reminded of this. I don't know if you saw this. I don't remember who did it. It was a Republican congressman who was asked a question, I think, about affordability. And his answer was like, affordability? Oh, who gives a fuck about that? I'm going to go out in the lake with my yacht and grill some insane, like unbelievable. It'd be disqualifying in any other era. But I feel like you can't even get the fireside chats because like the average politician is a guy like that. They're contemptuous. They couldn't keep it up for 5 minutes, you know?
That's exactly right. And, you know, here in Ohio, we have an appointed senator who took the place of J.D. Vance after he became vice president. I'm sorry, guys. It's not all of Ohio's fault. But John Husted, he was on purpose in front of everybody at a microphone said that people who don't have enough money to survive don't understand how to navigate the real world and they should just make more money. What the fuck is that?
I remember that. You could never say this in any social situation. Like this in real life to real people, this is like an instant everyone despises you. But in politics, like because they aren't talking about themselves or their friends. They're talking about the little people. They're just they're so unused to talking to the little people, they forget they're supposed to code switch when they're in front of a camera.
Yeah, and I think that it all kind of comes back to the ideas that Reagan put in everybody's head of the welfare queen. You know, he's not talking about you, the regular person who's working and can't make it. He's talking about these people over there bumming off the system, making it so your life is harder. And, you know, we've created this imaginary monster, this other sitting over here to the side that is making your life harder because they don't know how to navigate the world.
And people are so good at making that anyone other than themselves. You can have like a Republican voter living on welfare, living on disability, relies on the system. They see a politician say, if you rely on this, you're a bum. And the Republican voter will be like, well, obviously I'm an exception, but somewhere there's a Somali who's really ruining it for everyone, you know?
You are absolutely not wrong.
It's crazy. It's like it's shameless, but I think it's like a self-defense mechanism for a lot of these people, temporarily embarrassed millionaires, right? No one wants to think of themselves as the guy it's like how Ayn Rand was on welfare for a while, right? Everyone has an exception for themselves. No, yeah, she was. She wrote during it.
Amazing.
Everyone has an exception for themselves. When they're speeding through traffic, it's because they have to use the restroom really bad. If somebody else is speeding through traffic, it's because they're a speed demon, right? We make caveats for ourselves, and everyone else is the problem. So we lose the ability to recognize class antagonism directed at us. You know, we're not the guy. Someone else is the guy. I'm just an innocent here.
Yeah, and if I kiss enough ass, maybe one day I too will be a billionaire.
And then I get to regurgitate the same positions to people who were in exactly my situation. Hey, I want to ask, by the way, because again, local issue. How do you feel Vivek's going? You know, there's a lot of drama on the governor's race over there. Really interesting stuff from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the outside of that campaign as well. I mean, I've spent some time with Amy, and I think she's a great person. As a person and as a candidate, I think she's doing a great job. But I think I'm really sad that Vivek is our option on the Republican side right now. I mean, I can't imagine a less charismatic person running, so that does help. He says the dumbest shit. He's like right up there with John Husted on the "you're just jealous of me because I'm rich" nonsense. He literally said that.
Yeah, and he got wealthy by lying to investors too. He took over a pharma company, did nothing, said it was going to be better, and then left before everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's the only way to make money these days, right? It's pretty much that. Getting lucky on crypto, I guess. That's your entry point. That's the ladder they kick down to us.
Yeah.
For generational wealth.
Well, and if you are president and you can make your own crypto, then you're in. But the regular person, the ability to make wealth on crypto is pretty much over. I think it's kind of had its time.
Yeah, it was NFTs and crypto, and now we're on. I think that the president is selling access to his Truth Social a few milliseconds ahead of everyone else, so that if you are using automatic stockbrokers to make trades based on the president's recommendations, you can do it before the market catches up.
Yep.
That's the new generational wealth then. We used to build things in this country, now we have this.
Well, in his defense, they had to build the API.
True, and it probably cost a lot too. It probably
very
expensive. That's straight taxpayer dollars too. I mean, whatever you and I paid, us and a million neighbors, that for 10 years together, that built the API for Truth Socials.
It probably came from the Freedom 250 fund.
Yeah, what was that? It was like 2 billion initially, just straight out of the coffers of the Treasury Department. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. There's just so much. It's not even funny, right? It's like actually the country's dying. It's pretty depressing, actually.
We can do better.
I think we can. Yeah. I think that, like, you know, especially infrastructurally, you look back, it's kind of difficult to like, because GDP is an abstract measurement. How much wealthier are we really than 100 years ago? You see it in buildings and bridges. It used to be like, with less money, fewer resources, and worse technology, we built across the continent. I mean, we did some bad things too, but at least we built. And now it feels like nothing can get done. And it's like, damn, is this really how it ends? Like, we just lose the ability to build bridges? That's like a casualty on the, you know, like civilizational decline chart?
I think somebody once said, not with a bang, but with a whimper. I would like to avoid that too, though.
Yeah, that'd be nice. What's that? You know, most Roman citizens didn't even realize the empire had fallen. They just stopped having people show up to repair the bridges that broke one day.
Yeah.
All right, that's enough doomsaying for me. Sorry, I was covering the news cycle lately has made it a little bit difficult to avoid that. I actually am interested in the specifics of your race because I feel like we've been talking about general national decline stuff. I want to know about the conversations you have. You know, I am and always have been a snobbish, insufferable coastal elite. I'm not really familiar with the on-the-ground political workings in Ohio 12. What kind of conversations are you having with your constituents or would-be constituents down there, you know?
I think right now one of the biggest conversations that we have is energy costs and data centers.
Really? I know that Ohio's been really the one thing we build now, right? Really developing that field out. What are people concerned about? Like, how do these conversations manifest?
It is probably the biggest bipartisan issue across the state right now. Everybody hates them. They are building them very close to people's homes. They're destroying the foundations of their houses by the construction work. They can hear the noise from them constantly. People are worried about their water and their air quality, their diesel generators running, the fact that our power bills have jumped by like 60% or more based on the infrastructure required to run them. Mm-hmm. And, you know, all we have are some vague promises that it's going to get better. And, you know, Troy, my opponent, is actually on the Energy Committee, but they don't do shit for us. They've been discussing bringing in miniature nuclear power plants to build next to them so that they can power themselves. Well, I mean, it depends on, do you want a nuclear power plant 500 to 1,000 feet from your house?
Absolutely, but I understand the average voter probably wouldn't. But I recognize this might be like a personal interest thing. I think it's doubly depressing too with the data centers because nothing else gets built, right? Like we see vital, like everything from potholes to like water water filtration plants, stuff get neglected for decades, and then overnight these colossal data centers go up. Like no one likes them, nobody approves of them. They're objectively useless or worse. Drain the power, right? Make the bill go up for everyone else, and still somehow they just materialize.
Well, the power and the aquifers, so like people, these things are being built out in farm country too, and the underground water access is going to start to be limited because the amount of resources that these things use are going to make it difficult, if not impossible, for farmers to water their fucking fields. And people's water pressure in their wells is dropping drastically around these things. There's some real immediate consequences from these data centers going into people's backyards.
Not to mention oftentimes the reason they're being planted where they are is so that they can leech off of existing infrastructure. They don't want to be too far away from where people have already settled because it would take longer to build the electrical lines out, the water, and so on. But in doing this, they are saving perhaps months of time and infuriating everyone in the process. They're so unconcerned with public opinion that they'll just dump it anywhere rather than engage in a little bit of social engineering and prescience and maybe build it out a little bit where people are less likely to complain about it. It just comes across as really arrogant, they know nobody can stop them.
I absolutely agree that that's probably the sentiment that they have. And I think that the way that they are working right now is they're trying to build so quickly that it's just too late to stop them. By the time you find out that one's going in, it's already a done deal. The township trustees and things like that are signing NDAs, so they don't have to discuss it with the general public in any way, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, it should be illegal. Genuinely, I do not understand how that's legal. That's absolutely insane. It's getting framed as a national security issue too, right? We have to compete with China on AI. Therefore, don't worry, citizen, the 50 AI data centers that are being built adjacent to your property are actually vital for national defense.
Sure. And on top of it, the Ohio EPA has discussed openly dropping our water quality standards so that we can build our economy.
Yeah. Are people fans of that one too?
No, not generally.
Okay, so you've had conversations with Republican voters who are concerned about this?
Yes, absolutely. And what I find, generally speaking, is that most people kind of hold the same values. Whether they consider themselves Republican or Democrat or progressive or you name a thing, unless they are just completely gone, they support feeding hungry children. They support people getting health care. Universal health care is very, very highly supported throughout the entire nation, as I'm sure you're aware. And I think that realistically, it's just a tribalism issue more than an issues issue.
No, I agree. It is very frustrating that if you take a look at the policies people support, absent their association, if Trump proposed Medicare for all, never would, but if he did, Republicans would like it. It's not really a policy issue. You look at referendums, and Republicans all across the country, they'll defend abortion rights, they'll defend higher minimum wage, they'll defend better medical care, welfare subsidies. They'll defend everything. It really is just a framing issue, right? If it's delivered to them in a conservative framework, if it comes wrapped in a flag, they're here for it. And if it's woke or liberal or whatever, they oppose it reflexively.
Yes, that's an accurate assessment.
I mean, not to shit talk the decision making capabilities of people who have voted Trump in twice too much, but it does feel their actual self interest is pretty well detached from what they're voting for here. Republican candidates are so open with this. They go to a town hall, they get asked 2 questions, they respond contemptuously, then they dip. That's why they don't even do town halls anymore, right? They've given up on it. Since Trump 2 started, basically all the Republican Congress people have just stopped doing events, Why bother answering questions?
That's exactly right. They're in a position of power, especially in the gerrymandered districts like Ohio has. You don't have to be responsive to anyone. And I have said many times throughout the couple of years I've been doing this that gerrymandering serves no one. It's not good for anyone on any side because it leads to people far too comfortable with power or far too comfortable without it. Either way, they are useless to the people, period.
No, I 100% agree. And it cuts down on debate. I mean, nobody even feels the need to debate if you're running in a plus 20, 25 district. Why give the time? Do you speaking of, actually, I didn't look it up beforehand. Do you have a debate scheduled, or are you just Like he won't even do one.
No, he doesn't even acknowledge my existence, and I am super unkind to him. He doesn't care. He is very comfortable with power. He's very comfortable as a yes man, is the answer to that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's unfortunately it's gotten so common. I mean, people are dipping out. Trump dipped out of debates with Kamala Harris, right? I mean, that was a pretty close to run. Nobody really wants to do politics anymore. You just want a constituency that's guaranteed to reelect you so you can stop pretending to support their interests. It feels like that's a problem on both sides. I know that Democrats in like, their primaries in many cases are kind of contemptuous of internal discourse as well. 20-term incumbents just get comfortable.
Yes, and they shouldn't be. Once you lose that drive to help people, you should just go home.
No, I've always felt like being a politician, you should be suffering. Your life should be awful and stressful. And you want to get it done, whatever it is you're trying to get done, you try to get it done as quickly as possible, then pass the hot potato to somebody else. Like, you're a public servant. It should at the very least be stressful. Like, being a parent is supposed to be stressful. If you're a parent to a newly born kid and your life isn't at least a little bit stressful, at some point you have to call into question, like, how much you're actually doing for the kid, you know? I mean, is someone else doing the work for you?
Yeah. You know what? Good parents worry about being good parents.
Yeah, they don't sit in their laurels.
Yeah, and I think about that sometimes. It's incredibly stressful just being a candidate for Congress, and I'm like, I have no actual responsibility to people, but if you don't wake up every morning wondering how you can make people's lives better, what the fuck are you even doing here?
I think it's certainly more stressful than it is for you than it is for Troy Balderson, I'd say, because it seems like once you're in there and once you're resting on a comfortable margin, you can just stop pretending to care. You just show up for your special interest events. You talk to the lobbyists, and for the most part, your narrative gets dictated by the president. You don't really have to have any positions.
You post how great the parade you were just in is. Oh, it was great to be in XY Township today in this parade.
Yippee! Yeah.
Just ride by and never talk to a person.
No, it's really depressing. It kind of feels like a microcosm of the whole. I vote Democrat. I as a Democrat, I'm mostly concerned with the outcome of this undemocratic behavior in areas that vote for Republicans. But it's really just as much of an issue in Democratic districts as well. That disconnect with the people. I mean, you see it, especially. I grew up in California, in Silicon Valley. Around Los Angeles. I just saw an interview with Adam Smith. He's a Washington 9. He's been a 16-term incumbent, right? Been in for a while. Just totally disconnected from the will of his constituency. He's like a moderate. He makes fun of progressives for wanting open borders, Republican talking points. He represents Seattle. Do you know how woke Seattle is?
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to do.
That's insane. Yeah. But he's been there forever. He's been there for 16. Actually, he's been there for as long as I've been alive, like pretty much down to the year. That's crazy. Seattle. They should be posting every congressional district that is even adjacent to Seattle should be putting out DSA members, pitching them into Congress. But instead, somebody gets comfortable and then they're basically just there forever.
Well, and as long as they're a solid fundraising mechanism for the powers that be, they'll continue to hold that seat regardless of whether or not they've earned it.
Yep. MIC for him. Boeing, Raytheon, Palantir, right? The hits, You're not being funded by Palantir, right? I'm just checking. I didn't look up beforehand.
No. No.
Boeing, Lockheed.
Nope. None of the above. I have taken no corporate PAC money whatsoever.
All right. Just making sure. Just making sure you're not pulling a fast one on me.
Nope. The only PAC money I've actually gotten is from Free Thought Equality, which supports separation of church and state, and a union PAC.
Okay, I'd say that if you're going to get money from a PAC, a union PAC's probably reasonable. Center for Free Thought Equality. I haven't heard of that. Is that more of a local thing, or is that a national org?
It's national.
Okay. I just haven't heard of it before. I say Center for Free Thought Equality. Yeah, I agree with separation of church and state. I'd say that's a prior of mine. Okay, I have been talking my damn head off here. I hope that I haven't detracted from your ability to advocate for your your righteous ascension to the House seat from Ohio 12. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with me.
I'm glad to be here. I appreciate you having me on.
seriously, good luck. The people of Ohio need it, I think, more than a lot of other states too. So I'm really, really hoping for a good outcome here. It's going to be a blue tide these midterms. I'm hoping that, like, the Democratic constituency is pretty upset with the party right now. I really hope that the past couple of years have reminded Republicans that they're also still looking for good representation. Like, they really can't settle on what they have right now. I disagree with a lot of their priors, but I agree with what you've said, that fundamentally, basically everyone wants like good things and dislikes bad things. Like, people want better healthcare, better availability of resources, better schools, better infrastructure. It's really just like culture war wrappings on how those things get delivered. And yeah, I mean, nothing's getting delivered right now. I want people to keep hoping there's a better option around the corner, you know?
Yeah, that kind of goes back to my concern that if and when Democrats take back all of these seats, that they're just going to sit back and be like, "Ha, told you so." Now we have to do nothing again and repeat this cycle over and over and over again.
I don't think we can keep it repeating that much longer. I'm going to be honest with you. People are just going to stop voting. No one's going to care.
I mean, silence supports the oppressor, right? We can't just sit back and do nothing. And it takes more than voting. Voting is an easy out. You're like, well, I showed up, I did my part, but there was a shit ton of work to do. And there are people out there who are really like, there's the same 4 people every time you go to something, same 4 people doing all the work, all of it on their shoulders. And everybody else just sits back and they complain about the parties, be they Democratic or Republican. There are shit tons of problems on everybody's side because parties suck in general. But we can't have a nation where participation is 0.01% and expect shit to go off without a hitch. We need more people paying more attention. We need volunteers. We need people to recognize that their voice matters and they have agency and they can do more than they're doing right now.
No, I completely agree. I remember back in when I went to college, I was a small college town, Northern California. We would occasionally, the students, I mean, would show up to like town halls, speeches being given by the police commissioner, stuff like that, you know. And there were always like, yeah, like you said, the same 4 people there. Older women active, mostly for homelessness rights, like, you know, because there was a large homeless community in that town. And they were like far and away the most politically effective people in the entire town. No one else even came close. They weren't even particularly partisan. They weren't like hardline Democrats or anything like that. They were mostly just single issue political activists who understood that if you show up enough times, you're going to have an enormously outsized effect. If we could summon even a tenth of that energy, I swear to God, this country would be a utopia in like 10 years.
I absolutely agree with you, but we need to give people back that feeling that they do have agency and that they can make a difference. It's easy to sit at home, watch the world fall apart and do nothing. In fact, it's what most people do. We need to move the citizens of this nation away from that and back to the knowledge that the government is supposed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people, not some separate entity that gets to swallow them whole, that gets to dictate their lives to them. And instead, we should have control. We should have the power.
Absolutely. It's like a long-standing consequence of the Republican reframing of the government as a separate entity rather than a manifestation of the will of the people who vote in the elected representatives, you know? Like, it's the idea, like, you should always be supportive of government implementing solutions to problems you have because you're the reason those solutions are even being implemented. Like, it's your will manifested. You get me. I'll be doing what I can. I'll be moving to Ohio 12 to vote for you in the coming election.
I appreciate that, man. I'll see you in a few minutes.
See you in a few minutes. Have a good. I'm on my way now. Goodbye. Have a good day.
But before we go, I want to wish Progressive Victory a happy birthday.
Yes, 4 years today. That's true. Oh man, that's crazy. 4 years since they formed. I nearly forgot.
Yep.
And I suppose, since this is your second time running, it'd be coming up on 4 years of you trying to take back Ohio 12 too. So, you know, shared fates.
That's right.
Thank you for coming on. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thanks for having me, man. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that was fun. Candidate interviews have been nice and uplifting. Thanks a lot. I've always said that as bad as politics is right now, the average so I shouldn't say the average person because he's not the average person. He's running in Ohio 12. But like there are lots and lots and lots of good people running for Democratic governance, right? Like the people that are in right now might not be good, But there are lots of good people running. If you're a good person and you want to make the country a better place, you run as a Democrat. Like, what else are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? Run as a Republican or an independent and guarantee a loss? No. It's like the only thing you can do in a lot of cases. So that's where you want to go to find the good people. Don't even, Benjamin. Don't even. You don't even know. You don't even know. All right, everyone. That was good. That was good. Go vote. If you're in Ohio 12, for one, God be with you. I'm sorry. But for two, go vote for Jared Christian. Vote for Mr. Christian, you know? Didn't even get to make any Christian jokes. That wouldn't have been funny anyway. It is like 100 degrees in here. I feel like I am melting. I am melting right now. I'm getting hot air blasted on me from my PC. Let me mark this down. There we go. Oh, wow. I fat fingered the fuck out of that keyboard. You know how I typed out Christian? CNHRISDTIAN. That's crazy. I hope, you know, I'm actually going to, hold on. Let me just, there we go. Just in case my editors had no idea what I was talking about there. Okay. I only have so much time. Lots of stuff to do. So what's going on here? Progressive victory under attack. Progressive victory under attack. America bashed as disgusting fascist regime during progressive call with Abdul al-Sayed, Cori Bush. Am I mentioned here? Probably not. They wouldn't. They're afraid of me. They wouldn't give me the time of day. Fox News Digital reached out to Bush, Sayed, Chevalier, and Piker for comment. BGL's mentioned? Yup. Control at Vosh. I control effing to find your name in an article is loser shit. You have to scan it line by line. You know, it's about the journey, not the destination. Never forget that. Seems like fun. Presumably, like, mostly just an attack on Abdul al-Sayed, since he's up against the UNA candidate, right? Haley Stevens / Rogers. Have you seen Haley Stevens' new pitch, her new, like, talking point against Abdul al-Sayed? Calling people who want to make the country a better place the complaining class. Move over, class politics. You think you've got class bourgeoisie, proletariat? Buddy, what about the real class divide? People who are, humble little pigs eating slop from a bucket versus the complaining class. That'll sell great. Yeah. Trust me, no one in America is more okay with the idea that we need to demand less of our Democratic politicians than Democrats in Michigan. Oh, yeah. If there's any constituency in this country that would agree with the statement, that's right, there's nothing to complain about, it's Democrats in Michigan. She's going to lose the general. She is so unlikable. You know, she's not even campaigning. Like, there's seriously no ground game in Michigan. If she wins the primary, AIPAC's just going to hand $5 over to Rogers. She's losing. You know, I saw her internals. I swear to God, I need to find this because this was the craziest shit I ever saw in my life. I swear to God. Hold on 1 second. I have to find this. Stevens approval. She has, like, assuming this poll is correct, she has like plus 20 approval within Democrats in Michigan. Among Democrats in Michigan, she's only at like plus 20. Can somebody find me this? That's how unpopular she is. PV phone banking daily for Abdul al-Sayed. Yeah, all right. If somebody could please find me that polling data, I couldn't believe it. She's like 30 points behind Abdul al-Sayed on favorability.
I'm not in the complaining class of politics. I'm in the doing class and the winning class of winning tough elections. And I make no bones about it. We are absolutely in a primary. You know, Democrats are being called to go out to vote. I'm honored to earn folks' votes. To your viewers watching, we've got a big election on August 4th. Anyone in Michigan, I'd be so honored to earn your vote that day because I'll beat Mike Rogers. The Republicans are propping up Abdul because they think it's going to.
Her accent is so forced. Yeah, it really is. I need liberals, sorry, quote unquote liberals. I'm the only real liberal. But I need apologies for her. Like, okay, let me put it this way, right? Stevens is an unelectable candidate. It would be very bad for the Democratic Party if she won the primary. It would be bad for her even if she won or for the party, even if she won the general. She's just a bad candidate. There are left-leaning candidates who I don't think who have been very good that leftists still have a tendency to support. Usually the reason why they get that support is for ideological reasons. That is to say, like a good example would be Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner always had problems, right? Even from the beginning. But the reason I supported Graham Plattner is because I was willing to tolerate those problems up to a point because of his ideological superiority over Governor Mills in the Senate race in Maine. There was a reason I supported Graham Plattner over Mills. Obviously, Graham Plattner's scandals and problems ended up being so overwhelmingly bad that I can no longer hold that support. But, even if, like all things being the same otherwise, it was an ideological pitch, right? His superiority over Mills. What I would like to know is, what is the argument for Stevens over Abdul al-Sayed? Because so far, every single argument that I have seen in favor of Stevens over Abdul al-Sayed has been a lie. Not a lie in the sense that it's like misinformation, but a lie as in like it's an open, targeted lie that people are repeating because they're being paid money. The idea that Abdul al-Sayed is sexist? No, he's not. You're lying. You don't actually believe that. The idea that Abdul al-Sayed is an anti-Semite? No, he's not. You don't actually believe that. You're lying. You don't actually believe that. You might be being paid to say it, and you might be, disingenuously repeating that because you like epically owning the left, but you actually don't believe it. Nobody believes it. So what is the actual reason why we're pitching Stevens as a candidate at all? What is the actual reason? I have yet to see a single argument. Not one. Like, at least Mills had the decency to drop out when it was clear the people of Maine didn't want her,
Make it easier for Mike Rogers to win this seat, to flip it Republican. I don't plan on making anything easier for Republicans or Mike Rogers. I'm not in the complaining class of politics.
Yesterday, Destiny was talking about getting DGD to canvas for her. Yeah, but that's not interesting to me because I already explained the contrarian angle. Like you might be disingenuously supporting her to epically own the left. But I have yet to see an actual argument. I saw people make arguments for Mills. I didn't think they were good arguments, but I did see people make arguments for Mills. I have not seen any arguments in favor of Stevens that were not just like, I would rather lose to Republicans than allow the left to win. Like I truly haven't. I feel like people need to apologize to me for her candidacy. I don't know why this even has to be a discussion. Oy, oy. Isn't it like 1,000,000% psyop by AIPAC? Yes. Every time I see people defending Stevens online, it just reeks of like paid op, It's all of the like most paid off people in the Democratic Party. Yeah, she's starting to grow on me. Look at this. This guy, Booker G. Washington, big, like, anti-left psyop, right? Will accept the check for anything if it means pushing back against the left within the Democratic Party. He was paid to do the whole she's growing on me thing, but he did it days after everyone else did it. Like, he got the message late, or he responded to the email late or something. It's all so fucking fake, man. It's all so fucking fake. Bank took an extra day to process. Yeah, it took an extra day for that check to clear with the Tel Aviv bank. Fucking embarrassing, man. You mean a couple days ago, Thana? With the face on the black and white video? I think I saw that, yeah. I need people to apologize to me for this woman's existence. Fuck, why do we still have so many links open? Oh, speaking of PsyOps, did you see this one? Right-wing Twitter has been captivated with another caricature of a trans student activist, but this one's like really transparently fake. You seen this one? Like hyper fake, but it's still got millions and millions of views. Wasn't there a... Breaking. Older voters in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District admit to being tricked by AI-generated ads falsely depicting Thomas Massie in a throuple with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar, with the ads influencing their vote per exit poll. We gotta make this shit illegal, man. Jesus Christ, they're stupid. Yeah, they are Kentucky Republican voters. Speaking of, this one might as well be AI. Look at this. You ready for it? Hold on, I'm going to turn the volume down in advance.
Stop mass tackling me! What's the problem? Why do you let those kids get away with this? They are not supposed to be here! If you don't lower your voice...
They don't even believe it's real? No, the kayfab's been broken for a while. I think, right? Like, no one on either side of the aisle, Republican or Democrat, seems that, like, motivated to pretend that they believe their own propaganda anymore, it feels. Like, it's a weird mix of people fully drinking the Kool-Aid and buying into their own hype, and also people who are so dishonest that they can't even imagine themselves sincerely defending their dishonesty. Like, they're embarrassed by the extent of their own dishonesty. They don't want to feel like a person foolish enough to fall for the kind of propaganda they need to use to convince their demographic.
I am going to put handcuffs on you, and I'm going to take you to a Baker Act facility. You lower your voice. Try it. Are you threatening me? Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown. Say! Just say the right pronoun! What'd you say? 7351.
I like how we have this like vertical camera phone that they're pretending is a body camera, but in order to like sell the image, he like holds this is how you prepare pepper spray. Right, you put it right in front of the... Make sure everyone gets it real clear.
What'd you say? 7351.
FPS moment? Yeah, you got to get the reload in. I don't think this is fake, though. It's fake. This is a fake video. All politics is fake. What's your take on AI being used for role-playing? Just curious, as not all of us have a group of friends to role-play stories with. I think that you should delete your account from my website and go outside and just keep walking until something grips you. You should get some real friends. Why is there so much shit here, dog? We have to talk about the fucking Cuba thing, man. We talk about it tomorrow. We talk about the Cuba thing tomorrow. Also the Mamdani thing, because it's not actually that interesting. It's mostly internet buzz. Hold on one second. All right, I'm back. Is Cuba 1 week away from a nuclear weapon? Yes. I don't know, Benjamin. I'm not in charge of all that. Brent's top 90? Gotta get up there eventually. Have you seen the second part of Channel 5's Israel video? No. Mamdani said his administration was still discussing whether to arrest the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, if he comes to New York City, as expected for the UN General Assembly in September. I don't know, like, on what legal grounds could Mamdani possibly do it? It'd be good for aura farming, but I don't think he has the legal authority to do this. Like, the New York City Police Department doesn't have the ability to just ICC grounds. We're not a signatory onto the ICC. We have no. We don't have any like legal. No, like laws stop the NYPD before. Yeah, but typically, like when the NYPD is going to break the law, they're going to do it, you know, for unbased reasons. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're going to advance criminality for the betterment of mankind. It seems unlikely to me. Maybe there are enough based NYPD officers. Maybe Jessica Tisch is going to come around with a big turnabout, but I doubt it somehow. Yeah, I don't think they have any legal work around here. Well, what matters is that he's having fun, I suppose. I'm going to read donos. It is so fucking hot. I can feel my brain cooking like an egg. I have the fucking window closed in the room. Gibbon Suicide Machine, thank you for the $5. Ravers for Talarico. King Kerplunk, thanks the $5. Do you have a Tom Homan impression? I would just come across as like super ableist for no reason. Vexmore, thanks the tier 1 sub. The Forest Floor, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Yo, I like your stuff. I do too, sometimes. Good Faith Goblin, thanks the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Fried Eggs, that's my brain right now. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Super Monkey, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Huh. Your coverage of climate change is excellent, refreshing, and more rare by the day. It does make me feel a little bit crazy that I'm the only person who, like, even, okay, a lot of my advocacy gets kind of contrasted against Hassan's because we're both like, you know, big lefty content creators, right? So I look at a clip of Hassan, and Hassan is like, all right, everyone out there, go out and get the vote. Pokemon, go to the polls for this democratic socialist to win and mildly improve the character of the, you know, U.S. House. And then I go live, and I'm like, you know, bury your gold, learn how to siphon, you know, moisture from the atmosphere. Rain will never come again to the middle United States. Develop tornado-proof basement. Like, it makes me feel a little bit crazy. We're all gonna die, but that's okay. When El Nino swoops around, people are gonna be like, "Damn, he was cooking early." He was the only one brave enough to say it. Vosh mentioned this outfit. Looks like Andrew got it from the ladies section at Asda. I don't think this is actually the outfit that he caught, but it'd be pretty fucking funny if it was. It's pretty close. God, he looks like shit. No way that's real. I'm actually coming up on a big decision myself because I have a summer wedding that I'm going to go to, and the only suit jacket that I have, I mean, I'm not trying to be annoying with the fashion stuff or whatever, but legitimately the only suit jacket that I have, or the only blazer, the only sport jacket, is tweed, wool tweed. I can't wear that to a summer wedding. It's going to be like 90 degrees. It would be ridiculous, genuinely. Like I might as well show up in a fucking puffer jacket, you know? So I'm going to get a light like summer navy blazer, and I've been looking at some options from the anthology, and they have like 4 that I'm considering. This is a wool mohair one. It's got like a nice sheen to it. I think it looks quite nice. There's got to be a fashion district in Seattle. There are no suiting retailers in Seattle that I considered adequate. So that's an option. There's also this linen cotton double-breasted one that looks quite nice, but I feel like this blue is a little bit less versatile. It's a bit of a lighter shade of navy. There's this basket weave one. Look at that. Can you see the basket weave texture? I think it looks quite nice. What would you consider adequate? But the quality of suiting in America is genuinely, like, despicably bad. Nobody wears good suits anymore. Like, the best place you can buy suits in Seattle is probably Suit Supply, and I'm not buying a fucking Suit Supply jacket. What does double-breasted mean in regards to suits? Double-breasted, as in it, when you button it, it buttons over itself. Here's a better example. See? The breast of the suit doubles over itself rather than just fixing to a single button point that connects the two. See? This is also a good option, though. This is less of a summer suit. See? I actually have these pants. I can't pull off double-breasted. I'm too slim. I don't think being slim means you can't pull off a double-breasted suit. This is such a good look, man. Oxford cloth button-down collar, double-breasted suit worn open with camo pants, and a tie that's untucked, so you can see both halves of it. Looks so fucking good. This is such a New York City fit. The camo pants are not for a wedding, though? No. For the wedding, I'd probably go for either this wool mohair featherweight blazer, which is unstructured except for the collar, or I would go with this basket weave one. The basket weave one is linen and interesting. I don't know how I feel about the basket weave texture, though. I feel like I would want to see more examples of it being worn so I can get more of a feel for it. Linen suit jacket. I don't know. I kind of like the sheen on the wool mohair one. Like, see, this, I feel like this sheen gives it a bit more versatility, but, I don't know. This one is unstructured. The only canvassing inside of it is in the collar right here for the good collar roll. But all this, like the body of the suit is unstructured. It's $1,000 for a jacket, but I get it. Well, if it's going to be $1,000, I want to make sure I get the one that I want, you know? Is that cooler somehow? Yeah, it means there's less, it's more casual and more cool, yeah. These are all sports jackets. There's also, like, suits, but I'm not in the market for a suit right now. I feel like these prices have gone down. I feel like I remember this originally being $1,600. Now it's $1,280. Oh, it's $1,600 for both the suit and the jacket, I see. Can't rent a nice suit? Well, why wouldn't I want to own a nice suit? Also, it's cocktail attire. We're not wearing suits. Sports jacket is fine. Do you know if Buck Mason blazers are canvassed? I'm pretty sure they're partially canvassed. It depends on the exact one. Link the site. It's the Anthology. They're based out of Hong Kong. Buck Mason suiting. I'm pretty sure they are. Here's their Hollywood jacket, which I think looks quite nice. Is it canvassed? Hold on. Fit, new arrival. Description? Lightweight hemp twill for structure without weight. Design with front darts. Half-lined, half-canvas construction. Okay, gotcha. Half canvas. So it's, yeah, this is fairly common. Worth noting, this one right here, the wool mohair, is only canvassed for the lapels. So the rest of it is uncanvassed, whereas the basket weave is fully canvassed. So this one's going to hold its structure. Canvassing is what allows a suit jacket to hold its structure. See right here? So see how this guy is leaning over right here? And even though his body's at an odd angle, the breast of this jacket is still holding kind of a rounded shape. See right here? This is because there is a springy horsehair layer inside of the suit that gives it a three-dimensional construction that it holds even at odder angles, whereas a fully unstructured suit will just crumple like a normal item of clothing. Is it good? Well, I mean, it's something suits are known for. Yeah, it's something people typically like about the traditional suit jacket, the fact that it holds its structure and has like a three-dimensional shape. What's the difference between a regular suit jacket and a cocktail jacket? Well, a cocktail refers to a kind of attire, not a kind of jacket. You mean a sport jacket. Sport jackets are less formal. They often have things like off-color buttons, like contrast buttons. They tend to be a little bit shorter, and they look good with unpaired pants, like orphaned pants. So notice here that this navy jacket is being worn with different pants. They're not being worn as a full suit. This would look a little bit off if it was being worn with the same color pants, I feel, because there's a difference in the formality. But if you take a look at suits, suits are meant to be worn as a whole item from top to bottom. See? The difference is small but subtle. You can wear orphaned suit trousers all you want. Like you could wear suit trousers with, you know, a t-shirt if you wanted to, if you knew what you were doing. In fact, an excellent example, hold on. I saw they have some wide leg trousers now. I think these look quite nice. See? These aren't necessarily suit trousers, but as you can see, these trousers look quite nice when paired with a wide variety of tops. No suit jacket necessary here. And in fact, at the bottom one here, yeah, he's just wearing it with a standard suede cotton polo. I think these look really good, personally. Anyway, basically nobody wears suits anymore, and it's not that kind of wedding. So I'm just looking for a sport jacket. I do think there's something a little bit appealing about this double-breasted one. But it's not even really a summer jacket. None of this is relevant? Well, I decide that. Lapel too peaky for me? It's a common detail with double-breasted jackets. A peak lapel rather than a notch lapel. This is the suit jacket that I already have. Not suit jacket, sorry. The sport jacket. As you can see, it's a heavy wool tweed. So wearing this in a summer wedding would be a good way to make sure that I'm a puddle of sweat midway through. I would look disgusting. My face would genuinely just be like a red, blotchy, like I would die. I like the light color one you showed. Oh, I'm going with a navy here. You mean this lighter navy double-breasted one right here, or do you mean one of the other other colors? I do like the look of a double-breasted suit jacket, but it's a little bit more advanced. A single-breasted navy summer sport jacket is like a menswear staple. It's a very basic, simple item. What about a linen basket weave jacket like this? That's one of the ones that we were looking at. Oh, this one's brown. Yeah, no, I like this. I think a problem that I have with this is that I'm not really a fan. I do like this. This is the same basket weave construction as the navy suit jacket. Here you can see it in a more contrasty color. I personally do not like double-breasted suits that come down this far because I don't like how they accentuate the hip. I think they look good open, like as an open coat, but I'm not a big fan of how this looks personally. I would like it as a suit, but as a sport jacket, probably not. So like, I'm a fan of how this looks right here. It comes down quite long, but because it's a suit, it's elongated, right? Like, it does not look like a distinct long jacket. It looks like a continuous hole with the pants. So I would enjoy that like as a like a suit accompaniment, but I think for the context of wearing this as like a cocktail attire, I would much prefer it be a single-breasted one. What about sashiori type stuff? Uwe, quit with your fancy European bullshit. You know they ain't making suits like that. You know what I'm talking about. I just want to see more pictures of this. I wonder if, hold on, new arrivals, shop. I think this is from spring 26. I was incorrect. What about summer 25? Here we go, linen wool basket weave sport. Do we have like photos from this? Ode to Summer collection. The Anthology basket weave jacket. Why not triple-breasted? One day. Here we go. Okay, they do have an article on this. So how do you guys feel about this? Look at how casual. Oh man, the hand-sewn buttonhole right there. Look at how casual this looks, you know? You could wear this with a dang t-shirt, you know? You could wear this with a polo. It's very, very versatile. I do like that a lot. But also, maybe too versatile? I don't know. Do I like this texture? Like, look, it's such a casual texture that even a double-breasted jacket does not look that out of place with shorts and huaraches. You know? I think this looks fantastic. I think that, like, if I saw a person dressed like this, I'd be like, damn, this guy knows ball. This guy's like... This guy's knowledgeable. I would go for the navy one. Man, look, it looks good. But do I like the basket weave texture? No, you don't? What about the wool mohair one? Man, I don't want to make a bad decision. I only have so much time before the wedding, and this stuff's expensive. I only need one navy suit jacket. I feel like this is more versatile. The basket weave kind of like... The basket weave texture sort of like consigns it to a permanent summer suit jacket. You know what I mean? Like... The basket weave is like, you are wearing this at the ocean, you are wearing this at the pool. But what if I'm wearing it like indoors, you know? What if it's nighttime? This would work well inside, this would work well at night, but the basket weave one I feel like only works well in like a very specific setting one. Bucket one? You mean basket one? Do you bucket or basket? My beloved partner seems to prefer the basket weave one. The Anthology wool mohair jacket. It's also summer. See, look at how much light passes through this. It's like a tropical wool dealio. This is the featherweight constructed, but it's also not canvassed. It's only canvassed in the lapel. I feel like I have a hard time knowing how I feel about how it looks because the model they have it on in these images has such a different body type to me. Like, he is so slim compared to me, not just in terms of like body fat or whatever, but like in overall build. Like, would it not look too slim on me? The basque weave's beautiful, but I feel like you can't wear it to anything dressy. Maybe that's fine. Like, maybe I would prefer to have, because like, if I got this, would I wear it out day to day? Like, would I think, damn, I want to look fine as hell today, and then go outside wearing this? I feel like in my head I'd think, nah, this is like a sport jacket. Let me take it seriously. I'm not going to wear it casually. It's shiny, you know? But the basket weave one, I feel like I could just go out in the basket weave one. I'm sorry, I know I'm just going back and forth, but the basket weave one, I feel like I could just be like, I'm gonna go outside with shorts and a t-shirt, you know? And it's not like it looks so casual. I mean, here it's being worn with a shirt and a braided belt, and it looks quite nice. I think I'm going to go with the basket weave one. What size? Probably the largest size. It's a Chinese company. Yeah, I'm probably going to go with it. Isn't your other jacket from the anthology? Yeah, I got it in the largest size. But also, the other jacket that I have, the one that I already own from the anthology, is a totally different kind of jacket structurally. Like, if you take a look at the shoulders are extended, and they have this, I forget the name for it, but it's a roll here. You extend the sleeves up, and then you roll them down before sewing the underside of the sleeve length to the shoulder hole on the jacket, which gives it this like lip on top of the jacket, on top of the sleeve, sorry, which like really masculinizes it because it makes your shoulders look bigger. So I wonder if I would want to go a size down. You can compare measurements in the size guide. I did. The measurements are exactly the same. Like it seems crazy, but like the cut of these two jackets is identical. The only difference is that the oatmeal tweed one, I think, is a ½ inch longer between all sizes, like the length of the jacket itself, which makes sense because it's more of a winter jacket, so it covering a bit more length is sensible. So it can go over sweaters and stuff. Go for the largest one because for linen you want it to be airy. I'm also like a pretty big person. Yeah, I guess I'll just go for it. It is linen. Yeah, linen, wool. Please get the casual one. It looks so good. It really does, doesn't it? What really sells it to me is these pictures too, because I love a casual striped shirt. I love it more than anything on earth. I adore casual striped shirts. This right here is such a perfect, it's so good. It's so good. I wish I had time before the wedding to get one of their tailored shirts because some of their fabrics are really nice. I fucking love, you know what this shirt is? 5% pineapple fiber. I bet you didn't even think that was possible. I sure as fuck didn't until I saw it. 5% pineapple fiber. Doesn't it look really good? I love casual striped shirts. I love them so goddamn much. This one's grapefruit. Oh no, wait, never mind. It's pineapple as well. Whose wedding is it? A friend of my partner's. Soon to be my friend too, because that's how it works, you know? Here it's being worn with, this is not the basket weave one. This is still my very favorite, like, menswear aspirational photo right here. I remember it. It's the red chambray shirt. Love this. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Beautiful. So beautiful. Look at it. What a masterful, no belt. suit, nice big oversized fit in my opinion, right? Cuffed on the pants, no socks, suede loafers, and a very unbuttoned chambray shirt. Just masterful. It's so good. It's so good. It looks so good. I don't think I can get their like tailored shirts, unfortunately, because again, it's tailored for like people smaller than me. The color combo is a bit off. No, I think it's perfect. There's so much being communicated right here about the style. This is not a business suit at all. This is a party suit. This is like a fun suit. This is a suit you show up to have like a good fucking time. It's such a formal pairing of items, but combined in a context that effortlessly communicates like the intention, and he knows it too because he has like a party drink in his hand, like, you know, like it's such an excellent communication of intent. This is the reason why I love the anthology so much. They're very good at communicating the casual suit. They do have a business suit line, but for the most part they do casual suiting. Here's Seersucker. I heard for the real parties, you need a white suit. Hey, they have the very best evening attire that I've ever seen. The photo shoot they did for their tuxedos, truly like, hold on, he looks phenomenal, but this isn't the photo shoot I was referring to. Is it this one? Yes. This just, mwah. Remember, evening wear is formal, but it's meant to be for parties. This is not business attire. God, look at that. It's just like no one wears tuxedos anymore, you know? No one wears tuxedos anymore. God, look at how snatched he looks right here. So good. Let me read donos. I gotta go. The Marxist Mark, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Crassy Knoll, thank you for the $5. Jake Lang is counter-protesting our protest soon. What's the best way to humiliate this bootlicker? I understand this is like a super uninteresting answer, but genuinely, for fucking Jake Lang, I think ignoring him is the best bet. He's so fucking shameless, and no one actually likes him. This is often the case for like rabble-rousing right-wing counter-protesters. They don't even have fans. They just like seeing lefties get angry or whatever, but no one actually likes them, you know? Gay Hong, thank you for the $10. Way better than straight Hong. Quick PSA, I uncovered some serious food fraud. I advise you avoid eating pre-made Alfredo sauce. Not like my partner would ever let me eat pre-made Alfredo sauce anyway, but I appreciate the warning. Gabrielle740, thank you for the $10. Insane that the world's fate all hangs on the CCP's ability to hold the dam and that they're the only one who predicted and prepared for this. Yep. And honestly, the craziest thing is the CCP didn't even do anything that miraculous. The big miracle of the Chinese Communist Party was the work that they did in lifting like 1 billion people out of poverty. In this respect, it is just them being like basically competent. Like they're like the literal just like basic governance stuff because they're the only ones interested in it anymore, it seems. Really embarrassing for the West. OS Crane, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Paying the Voosh tax to remind chat to listen to the dating advice. Get out there and do shit. Got a lovely weekend planned with some baddies. Be bold, chat. Hell yeah. Hope you have a good time out there, OS Crane. You damn baddies. Wyatt, thank you for the $5. Just joined my local DSA and I'm planning on starting a young DSA chapter at my high school. Do you have any advice? Nope. I'm a long way out from having ever established a YDSA like in high school, both in terms of my lived experiences and what age I am. I have no idea what that's like. You gotta ask people who are like, you know, experienced in that very specific niche field. You know, Reach out to some other YDSA advocates. DACA, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Been watching the stream since the 24-hour election. Oh, God. Really appreciate the streams. Wish I could tune in live more often. Much love from Chicago. Thank you. Much love to Chicago. Lovely city. Hope I get to visit it one day, you know? Thank you. Really, I appreciate that. It's been a long while, and it's only gotten crazier. Life has not slowed down all that much. SamFan155, thank you for the $20. Cyclospora scare, this is going to get tough. There's enough people projecting diarrhea on XA Everything app. Now we have diarrhea too, the shittening. Well, you know, the average American's diet has probably led them to nonstop diarrhea anyway. So for most people, I feel like they wouldn't even notice a difference, you know? Stay safe out there. Don't eat the dang Taylor Farms lettuce, okay? Thank you for the dono. I appreciate that. Let me read super chats. Holy fuck, I'm so fucking sweaty. It's so fucking hot in here. It's only going to get hotter. You see how red my face is? Yeesh. Hey, you monster. Thank you for the 1,000 INR. Really appreciate that. I've always wondered if the aversion of a part of the left towards engaging in electoralism and winning also stems from their own self-doubts about whether their policies would actually work. Oh, 100. Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. Listen, it's easy for centrist Democrats because they don't get anything done anyway, and the bar is set super low for them. But if you are promising to really fix things, yeah, actually being put in a position where you have the opportunity to get that stuff done, it's a lot of pressure, you know? And I understand people's aversion, but it's worth remembering. The left isn't cool. The left isn't good. The left isn't right because we have the most moral positions. We do, but that's not why we're the best. We're the best because our positions are correct. Moral rightness in practice politically, like in its affected through policy, is only really as useful as the effectiveness of the policy that's being channeled through. Being right, like morally, having the good positions morally, having defensible positions is important, of course, but if you don't have a practical way of affecting it, there's not really much of a not much of a point. There's a reason the powers that be didn't want Mamdani to win, and there's a reason why he's so popular right now. Flopingus Republic and Juan, thank you for the 5 both. Thomas DeRose, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Caracalico, thank you for the 50 Norwegian crooner. Oh, Cuba, if only Lindsey Graham could be here to see it. Sag. We'll see what we actually end up doing. I promise I'll cover the Cuba thing tomorrow. It's so fucking bad. Juan, thank you for the $2. And Victorious Carnosaurus, thank you for the $5. It's been too long since a good Cleveland River fire. The Cleveland River could use a bit of reminding, you know? They could use a bit of reminding. All right, folks, I really have to go. I've got stuff to do. I love you all very much. I'm going to be here tomorrow. I am going to be absent for a couple of days afterwards, though, for a very particular reason. That particular reason being that I am taking a road trip with friends. Not tomorrow, but soon, we are going to be going back to my college town, me and my college friends, for the first time in like 8 years. And we're gonna, I don't know, fucking throw toilet paper over the houses of our former professors. I don't know what we're doing down there. You realize this is your job, right? Yeah, given the state of the world right now, I might have to do some like segments with my phone while I'm driving around. You know? Anyway. Everyone take care. Love you all very much. Oh, guess what I got? Guess what that is? I got the Odyssey. I got the... Look, I got the Mendelssohn... Sorry, I pushed the table harder than I expected to. I got the Mendelssohn version, which is apparently highly regarded. Woo. Woo. That's a read? Yup. Read the rest of Dracula. I promise I'll finish it. I promise I'll finish Dracula soon. Okay, I gotta go. I love you all very much. Everyone take care. Bye.